Woo! Wow. Hello and welcome. We are live. Welcome to the weekly Inside the Lab live show. I had to kick it off showing you some of my dance moves. That is, uh, they're not that great, man. I dance like an old dad. That's because I am an old dad. But you know what? Hello and welcome to you on this glorious and beautiful Saturday, right? Shout out to everybody who joined us. Welcome, welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A, our weekly live experience, our weekly live show that I was just counting episodes, and I believe, technically we're in like our fourth season here. So we're going to rock and roll. We're going to keep, the live streams going and allow the content to continue to evolve and get better because that's what growth is all about. Tiger Nation 87, what's up, Zion? Says what's popping to everybody and anybody else. If you just now check it in, do be sure to let me know, where you watch it from in the chat. How was your week? If you're Lab fam and I missed out on the Discord chat, do tell me how your week's going right now. We got a good conversation. We got a good topic lined up for today. It's kind of relevant to everything that's going on within the market, but we're going to talk about that. So do be sure to stick around. Do be sure to stick around. And if you're just now tuning in, and hey, if you can't stay for the full length or for the full duration of this show, I do want to welcome you to first and foremost, do give this stream a like. It's going to help boost it up in a great way and get it out to more viewers. And also do subscribe if you haven't, chat. If you're watching on the replay, shout out to our replay viewers. Let me greet you. Shout out to our replay viewers. If you're watching on the replay, hopefully I will, I have been or I will be entertaining and educational, provide you enough value for you to subscribe and join our community. That's just riddled with helpful individuals that are always willing to share their opinions, their thoughts, and help you solve any pain points you may have, regardless of your expertise level, right? Regardless of your expertise level, the idea is to always try to convert as many new incomers over to this platform as possible. That is PC gaming, the pinnacle of gaming, the best way to experience video game. I see also we have Sparta Rules 1993 just checked in, says, hey, what's up, brothers? Good to see you, Ant. Good to see you as well. Cliff says, hey, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to XLR Gaming. Cliff, is good to see you as well. love seeing our return viewers come back. I tell you what, do share this link out. I know you'll YouTube will show me that that you left, but do share this link out, right? Let's get as many people that we can into this live stream, into this discussion. Rather, again, I was discussing, regardless of your expertise level, there could be either valuable information shared or valuable information learned. So always willing to take into your comments. They're up on the screen. Feel free. This is a live interactive show or a live interactive live stream. Also, if you're watching on the replay, this too could still be very much an interactive experience for you as well, because after the live streams go up, I still double back and check frequently and respond and reply to the comments. Well, I respond to all comments regardless if it's like a positive or a negative critique. I still answer them because that just it comes with the territory. But yeah, that's what we're jumping into today. That's what we're talking about today. We're talking about configuring a $1,600 gaming PC for gaming, or let's just say for sakes of simplicity, just configuring a $1,600 PC that can be utilized for both gaming and streaming, right? This is becoming a popular trend. You either likely know somebody who is interested in getting in that field or industry, or you yourself are interested in getting into that field or industry. So that's why I mentioned at the top of this live show, the very top of this live show, that the goal for today is to either present information that can be, value learned or value shared, right? Information that could help somebody take them to the next level or help them finish their build, succeed their build. It's becoming quite difficult here as of lately for, enthusiasts on all levels to procure the necessary hardware to finish their build, a la the GPU. That's why in this title I pointed out that today we're going to configure a system that will feature a dedicated GPU. And if you are no stranger to this channel, which most of you aren't, but if you're here watching on a replay or you're here and you're a first time viewer, we like to hit up what we call the secondhand market. And today I'm going to demonstrate how it's possible to not only just think of the secondhand market in terms of like used parts, because there are also new parts being sold on the used market. So even though they're still very much inflated just due to the tectonic and everything that's going on. But so we got our mod, and then yeah, shout out to our mod, Mrs. Mod. Our moderator is there in the chat to help point out any questions I miss along the way, and of course, ask you, the community, engaging questions just to keep the conversation sharp and ongoing, which is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to jump right into it, starting with everybody's favorite segment. I got to do it, y'all. I got to do it. I got to get it out the way and bring it up here. Give me a minute here because we experienced some technical difficulties at the beginning of the stream, but bam, here we go. We're up and running. First and foremost, of course, sign up for our email list, right? Sign up for our email list. Unity starts with you. I haven't sent out as many emails here recently. That's part of the strategy as well in terms of curating our email list. But coming up here soon, upcoming content drops that are important and significant to you as a viewer will be distributed through our email list and sent out to our email subscribers first and foremost. So if you have already signed up for our email list, first and foremost, thank you. I know I said first and foremost like twice. I just said it 3 times now. But anyway, if you signed up for our email list already, I do appreciate you and thank you for signing up. And if you haven't yet, what are you waiting for? Do jump on board. Sometime between now and July, I believe, the Discord will be behind a paywall. So if you're interested in joining our Discord, which you should, sign up for our email list, and that's how the invite links initially go out. And if you are signed up to the email list and you say, hey, I didn't get it, or it went to check your junk file or check your junk folder, check your PHP folders, just make sure that it didn't get confused with, or categorized as spam. And check there for the invite list. It does expire every 7 days, and I will send out a new email list as new subscribers jump on board. All we need is your email address and first name, and you're free to unsubscribe at any time should I not be deemed worthy enough to grace your inbox. But YouTube notifications aren't great. They're not perfect. Even myself as a consumer on this platform don't get all of the notifications to some of the other creators outside of this niche that I like to watch. I still don't get their notifications, and some of you have came to me and told me like, "Hey, I didn't get the notification for the live stream, or I didn't get the notification for the video, and I'm not sure if community tab notifications go out. If you did get a notification for any of my community tab posts, let me know either in the comment sections after this live stream has gone up, or if you're here on the chat, let me know. Please do. That would help kind of give me a good idea on how frequent YouTube is sending out the notifications. But for a direct line of communication, our email list is going to be our best tool to make sure that in the event something happens to the channel, like it's compromised or I am unable, say we lose the channel and I can't communicate with the audience, I still am able to regroup and say reboot with the core of our audience, which even if that's a fraction of what we have, that still goes a long way. But we don't want to think about that. But just in the event that it does happen, sign up for our email list. All of these links that we're going to walk through here really, really fast, I promise you will be able to find either in the pinned comment or in the description box below. Jumping over to everybody's favorite segment, which mine's included, and that is merch. Haven't yet dropped our PC Hot Summer yet merch for the upcoming season, but that is coming. Do keep a lookout for that. But you can support the channel with as low as a $4.99 dollar sticker. You can put it on your notebook, on your table, on the wall. It doesn't matter. We also have shirts, premium men's tees, mugs, all sorts of different apparel you can find over there. You can also find this link to our merch store down in the description box below. And then last but not least is our website, which is all of the content essentially bought together. You could find my most recent video here, and if you missed the previous live stream, it's always left up right here on this page as well. You can contact me, look at all our social media, learn more about myself, check out the complete videography, all of the videos I've published publicly online, you can find here as well. Just in the event it's buried over on YouTube, and then of course our community blog, which is going to come up with I plan on publishing a lot of helpful content on the community blog, especially with Prime Day coming up, and pointing out some significant finds or some ways you can save money on tech or accessories that can really enhance your setup or enhance your experience. So again, all three of these links you can find down in the description box below. They help support the channel in a small but really huge way. All right, now with housekeeping out of the way, let me just jump back over to the chat here really fast. As I see Your Highness also checked in. Your Highness, it's good to see you. What's happening, Your Highness? And Cliff says, question, does your Amazon affiliate link only work on certain items, or can it be applied to any Amazon purchase? So that's a good question, Cliff. And essentially the way Amazon works is they do store your cookies. So it's essentially with all products that are added into your cart within an 89-day period. So excellent question. And in fact, I meant to drop it in the description box before the live stream went up. But if you haven't yet signed up for Amazon Prime, you can sign up for a 30-day free trial Amazon Prime with the link down in the description box below. What this is going to do, it's going to help you, save money and also allow you to take to participate in Amazon Prime Day, to take advantage of Prime deals, which is coming up towards the back end here of June. So excellent question, Cliff. And all of my links essentially are affiliate links. They do help support the channel. And of course, there is no extra added cost to you as a consumer. So it's essentially a win-win, and affiliate market is a great way for creators, especially micro influencers like myself, to to earn, even if it's just a tiny fraction of income, especially being that I'm not a monetized channel. And if you've seen ads, let me say this now: if you've seen ads on my video, because I've seen it, other people have showed it to me. That's not me. That's just part of YouTube's new terms of services. Their changes to the terms of services, where they have essentially told creators that who aren't in YPP that ads will still be ran on your channel. So it is what it is. It's part of the business, I guess, but that's not me. I'm not monetized. So yeah, affiliate marketing is just a great way to for me to even earn a little bit of money. And essentially I do, just leaving them up. It's just all about placement. And I don't recommend any products to you that either A, I wouldn't use myself, B, that comes highly recommended by other users, people who have already bought it. If I can't get my hands on a product, I will probably spend just as much time reading and researching about it to form or to have a significant amount of statistical data to make to render a verdict, or to say, is this product relevant? Is it necessary to your setup? And most importantly, is it worth the price, right? Is there any value in its current price? Ron Richards says, yo, it's good to see you, Myron. What's happening, brother? It's good to see you. And Cliff says, cool, that will work. Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of this video, I just want to point out to our replay viewers and to those of you who just checked in, we are discussing, or we are configuring a $1,600 gaming PC, or PC that could be used for both gaming and streaming. We were talking about affiliate links, and all of these products that I discussed throughout the duration of this live show, you will be able to find down in the description box below, along with other helpful and most recent content. So if you ever have to bail out during the live show, just remember to hit the like button, and also come back to this video at any point after it's left up. We leave it up exactly how it is, and that's just to simulate the live experience as much as possible. I know it's an unpopular thing to do in terms of interacting with your comment section throughout the live stream, but I really feel like there could be add-ons to the topic of the conversation presented from other members in the audience. So you could either supplement the conversation, right? Add something to it, or help somebody else solve a pain point that, say, they didn't think of. Because here in this community, one of my biggest goals and ambitions is to convert, especially console gamers. I guess we're speaking to console gamers directly, is to convert them over onto this platform, onto the PC platform. And that comes with a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, especially now that components, graphics cards more importantly, cost so much money. Cliff says, don't be surprised if you see your affiliate being used to order laundry soap, monthly Amazon household users. I'll get the wife on board. She handles our Prime monthly. Yeah, absolutely. The commission rates vary depending on the product, but hey, 1% adds up in my honest opinion. And I'm not the type of cat that'll turn away 15, 25 cents. I'll put it in the bank and let that, mature and grow to say $20 and go from there. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. I don't want you or anybody in the audience, anybody, to feel obligated to use the affiliate links, but the affiliate links do help me in a great way, and there's no extra cost to you. Especially if there's a product that you are interested in buying, or like today, I want to speak to our replay viewers and those of you who are here now. These products that I recommend or I suggest to you are just a launching pad or a launching point for you to get started. It's for you to build the momentum up to proceed to the next step. So I could put you in a price category of, say, unknown variable X, right? I could put you in that price category, but that price category is just a stepping stone for you to make a conscionable decision based off of the information that's presented to you from me. So if I recommend an $80 case and it's a specific type of case or a specific brand or specific color, maybe that may not, vibe well or jive well with your personality. So you take that $80 budget and you use that as a launching pad to look for features that features that should come within a case, especially a modern case. A case that you want to last, a case that has potential upgradability, adding more fans, more graphic, or a larger graphics card, maybe switching your motherboard form factor. It's just using all these products I recommend. They are nothing more than launching pads just to help you get started. But once you click on the link, maybe there are other related products that may, provide a little bit more context into a particular component that you are looking for. So yeah, so with that out the way, I tell you what, let's jump right into it. We did our housekeeping segment, right? Now let's jump right into the nuts and bolts here of the conversation, and that's configuring a $1,600 PC for gaming and streaming here in 2021. Now, you could also go in this direction with, say, a pre-build of a similar budget. So if you're watching on the replay, or if you're here right now and you're thinking about possibly going with a pre-built gaming PC versus having one built for you or building one yourself, you can take this same budget and seek a pre-built PC in the same price category and within similar specs. Because at the end of the day, even when you are shopping for a pre-built gaming PC, I recommend you go with a system that has the fastest possible CPU for your money. Most gamers play at 1080p, and you want a fast, modern CPU for that resolution to play fast and modern games. So that is what we're discussing in this live show or during this live show, while of course answering any and all of your questions along the way. And I am Terrence. If this is your first time here to our live show, I'm Terrence, your host, conductor, and operator here of this live show, right? And at any point, if you have any questions throughout the duration of the live show, please do feel free to ask. This is an interactive live experience. So even if your question isn't directly related to this topic at hand, maybe you have a question about your current system, maybe you have a question about your future system, maybe you have a pain point, an issue with your system that you can't quite seem to figure it out, right? Well, here in this community, we have a lot of helpful individuals that are more than willing to share their expertise and to help you solve any of those pain points to make sure that you are getting the most out of your system. And when we say the most, let's keep it 100 here, fam. We're talking about value. Getting the most out of your system means getting at least in the highest percentile possible. Let's say like 90%, 90% of your value that's presented in that particular product, right? That's what it's all about. So let's jump right into here and let's discuss our first, because we're configuring a system. We're going to jump over to every enthusiast's favorite tool, that is PC Part Picker. PC Part Picker is going to be our configuration part for today's live stream. And of course, we're going to start with the CPU cooler, CPU, and of course our motherboard. This is a good start to when you want to start configuring your PC, even if it's in its prototype phase and you're not quite sure what platform to go with, or you're not quite sure how much DDR4 you should go with, or what kind of case should you get. How can you get around the situation with graphics cards not being available, or them being incredibly marked up to a price that it diminishes the component's value, or it far exceeds your budget, which most of the time it's the former and not, or it's the latter and not the former, that prohibits gamers from finishing their build, or more so upgrading their build. So starting with your CPU. So before we jump over to PC Part Picker, I do want to talk about the significance of your CPU. Now, your CPU is the communication piece, in my opinion anyway. Your CPU is your communication piece between all of your components, essentially. And like I mentioned at the beginning of our introductory, where I talked about that, you want to get the fastest CPU for your money, even when it's a pre-built. Same thing applies to when you are building a DIY system, is what it's essentially called, when you are building a DIY system. But starting with getting a CPU that's the fastest possible for your money is a good start, because for a system that's destined to encode, game, and stream, especially at 1080p, a multi-core, high clock speed, efficient chip is essentially a really good start. So we're going to jump over to here. Let's jump over into our window. And no, we're all done. We're all done looking at the website, all right? And of course, merch. Check out the... All right, so jumping over to PC Part Picker. And again, we're starting with our CPU cooler, and our motherboard. Now, our budget is a loose $1,600. This could vary depending on your local state or municipality, factoring in if you have to pay a sales tax and any other variables that can't be factored in. But essentially, we are starting with a $1,600 budget, and it's always good to maybe save 5 to 10% overhead for those things, especially shipping, right? Like if you can't take advantage of shipping with Amazon Prime, which again, you should be using Amazon Prime. If you want to use Amazon Prime, there will be a link down in the description box below where you can sign up for a 30-day free trial of Amazon Prime. Now, with your CPU, normally here as of recently, we've promoted a lot of Ryzen CPUs, a lot of Ryzen products, but as of lately, with CPU prices being a little bit, a tad anomalous, you could pick up some really good value-centric CPUs over on Team Blue's side, especially with their 10th generation i7s and i5s. Couple that still very much with a Z490 motherboard, and you still have a platform where you can exceed your core count in IPC. So for this configuration, let's start with our motherboard. And I loosely already had a motherboard picked out, and that is essentially the MSI Z490 MPG Gaming Plus. Now, again, on the Z490 chipset, this is compatible with 11th generation, all 11th generation Intel CPUs. You could also upgrade to a 10-core, 20-thread CPU on this chipset with slightly improved IPC, right, and other features. So this motherboard does provide an upgrade path, even if it's a minor one, because you top out at 10 cores. You still very much could opt in for the faster 11th generation 11700K, should you feel the need to upgrade your CPU. So with our Z490 motherboard, we're also going to jump over here to our CPU. And one thing that I like about PC Part Picker, and it's the reason why I recommend it, even if you're a completely new user or you're at the novice level, it's still very much a helpful tool, especially when you can toggle to have your components featured by compatibility. So right now, the only CPUs that are being shown to me are CPUs that are compatible with the Z490 chipset or the 400 series chipset. May or may need a BIOS update if I would want to say upgrade to 11th generation. That is dependent on the motherboard as an individual. You can always check the motherboard's manufacturer site, and you can see when the latest BIOS updates were, and then check to see if there was, say, a BIOS introduction that provided support for 11th generation Intel CPUs. That's a good way to see if there's a BIOS update needed before, say, you'd want to switch to the next generation up. So just something to keep in mind. And for this example, we're going to go with the 8-core 16-thread i7 10700K. Now, this warning here, for those of you who don't know, maybe you've never used PC Part Picker, you're like, oh, wait a minute, we got red. Red is never good. That's usually either A, telling me, PC Part Picker is telling me, that this CPU may need a BIOS update, or this motherboard may need a BIOS update, which I doubt it because 400 series chipset was made for 10th generation, but more than likely it's telling me that this CPU doesn't come with a cooler, which we're going to get to that in a second, because remember, we're doing CPU, motherboard, and cooler. But yeah, as you can see here, adding a CPU cooler to your parts list is recommended. So we're going to do that here in a second, as we already mapped out our i7 10700K and our Z490 chipset motherboard. Now the 10700K as a 8-core 16-thread 10th generation chip has incredible IPC, fast, it has high boost clock frequencies, especially if you're using a minus or a high watt CPU cooler, and also could overclock a little bit further than, say, the alternative, which in this case would be a 3700X, because it's so similarly priced, the 3700X being about a $310 CPU as of today, as of this live show, and the 10700K being about or similarly priced to the 3700X. Cliff says Z board going a K CPU. Yep, absolutely. So as Cliff is pointing out, the Z chipset is essentially an enthusiast chipset. So if you weren't going with a K-based CPU, maybe say like 10700, you could opt out for the B460 motherboard, I believe. It's not a enthusiast motherboard, and you could also save money. You could definitely save money if you have no interest in overclocking, or maybe some of the other enthusiasts, because most of the features lie in the BIOS when you're buying a higher end chipset like the Z400 series chipset. But if you're uninterested in overclocking, you just want the CPU to do its thing to boost to its highest clock frequency, then you could go with a motherboard a step down, the Intel B460 chipset, and compare that with a non-K based CPU. But because this is a gaming system that we're configuring, and one that's again destined to encode video, the game and video and stream and what have you, maybe even do some photography manipulation, or maybe even, like, if you're a visual artist or something to that extent, this system will, or this CPU, if you will, is a good starting point for a well-rounded system that will be able to achieve all of those things. So, very good point Cliff makes. But if it was a system that was for, say, like a casual gamer, I would definitely turn them off to a K-based CPU and a Z400 series chipset. It is a high-end enthusiast chipset, but nonetheless, we're going K-base here, so yeah, it is good to go with a Z490 chipset. Now, going with the alternative, the 3700X, the 3800X being a better bin variant, and has a slightly higher price tag, but going with the 3700X, which is more similarly priced to the 10700K and has similar performance, they both have 8-core 16 threads, and I believe the 3700X has a slightly higher boost clock frequency. But your biggest savings with, say, going with the 3700X, excuse me, and a B550 motherboard would be not having to buy a dedicated cooler, as the 3700X comes with a cooler, but none of Intel's i7 CPUs come with a cooler. They're not that great anyway. If you really want to unlock your CPU, like here we're on a K-based Intel CPU, and that's what the K stands for. It stands for unlocked. Then we would want a well-rounded, well-robust cooler, possibly air, right? Or I'm sorry, water if you want to overclock. But if you're not interested in overclocking, you just want manageable temperatures and high boost clock frequencies, say in terms of Ryzen, you let in PBO, Precision Boost Overdrive 2.0, boost to the highest possible frequency on any individual core or on multiple cores. And then over on Intel side, it generally works the same way, except Intel phrases it a little differently. I believe it's Turbo Boost technology. But essentially, they both mean the same thing and even serve the CPU the same way. But going with an aftermarket cooler could, unlock your CPU a bit further, essentially. Um, Now, there could also be a benefit by investing in an aftermarket cooler if you want lower temperatures, because if you're streaming, think about it. If you're doing long gaming sessions or long streaming sessions, or you have to encode long video files, the longer your CPU is working, the more heat it's going to generate. So going with an aftermarket cooler, although the Ryzen Wraith and stuff, those coolers definitely get the job done, and I've used and recommended them for multiple clients. But there's nothing wrong with, say, dropping an extra $60 to $100 on a cooler, right? That can either A, unlock the potential for you to overclock, or lower your temperatures to help extend the life of your system. Now, I said $60 to $100, and one good thing about, let's change the filter here. Let's lower our price. Let's lower our price point, because 60 to 100 could present you with a lot of different options. Wait, go back. No. Okay. All right. No, we don't want to add from the filter. Let's remove this. And it removed our motherboard. No. Okay, let's quickly add that back here. Sorry about that, folks. PC part picker does not want to cooperate. There goes the B460 budget option we were talking about for the 10th generation CPUs if you wanted to go with a non-enthusiast motherboard. But come on, we're all mostly enthusiasts here for the most part. But keeping it moving, because I have to find our MSI MPG Z490 motherboard. It's not that. Here we go. It's the Gaming Plus. Now, we were looking at CPU coolers. A good measure is to look at how much watts your CPU is going to generate. Now, Intel CPUs, their wattage is based off of the base clock frequency and not the boost. So it's not necessarily misleading, but it's not 100% truthful. Intel just leaves it on you, the consumer, to be aware of how to properly measure the TDP of a CPU. So you have a boost clock frequency of 5.1 gigahertz. That's not going to happen at 125 watts. Likely the CPU will need to generate more electricity. When your CPU does that, or any component for the most part, it's always going to generate more heat. So you do not want to slim on a CPU, or educate yourself on how cores work and how you want to maintain your CPU's temperatures, right? Very important. So for our 10700K, for this example, It has a rating of 125 watts. That's its base, but we want to take advantage of its boost clock frequency. So we want to invest in a well-rounded cooler. Now you can start at 60 to 100. I say 60 because you're at a price category for, say, the a really decent air cooler, say the Skype 2 or the Noctua NH-U12. I tell you what, let's bring up the Noctua here, because when you're in the market for a high watt, a CPU that draws a lot of power, like the 10700K, you're going to want to invest in a decent air cooler. So Noctua never fails, right? Always gets the job done. Well renowned, is a $50 cooler. So this is why I said 60 to 100. You can even maybe drop it down a little lower and save a little bit more money. But this CPU has the wattage rating to power or to cool 11900K, a 10980XE, which is the 18 core 36 thread Intel's X299 chipset CPU, and even the Zen 3 5950X. So this CPU will definitely have enough wattage and heat dissipation to cool the 10700K and also allow it to stretch its wings. And it's only $50, fam. Come on, that's low. I said 60 to 100 was our budget for our air cooler, right? 60 to 100 was our budget. Now we could go as high as 100, because if you want to lower your noise or you are interested in overclocking, then you are going to want to invest in a liquid cooler, like a 120 millimeter AIO, something like the Intermax 3 120 millimeter AIO, or the Cooler Master Master Liquid 120 millimeter AIO. I say 120 millimeter because anything above that, say like a 240, that's two 120 millimeter fans, you're going to be over the $100 mark. So it kind of puts us over our budget. So to keep it a little simple and to simplify, because your cooler is a component that you could always upgrade down the road. Like, it's only going to affect your performance to a certain degree. But if overclocking, lower temperatures, lower noise, if that's your thing, then add about $40 to $50 on top of, say, what this Noctua NH-U12S costs, and opt in or opt out for a AIO. Bad Habit. Bad Habit says, what's up with the holy hands? It's good to see you, Bad Habit. It's good to see you, fam. And Cliff says the Skype Ninja 5, good budget cooler on the bigger side, though. Yeah, and I like the Skype Fuma 2. Is one of the examples I had that I wanted to bring up for this live stream, because it is a beefy CPU and it's under the $60 price point that we mentioned. And I like the gray on gray aesthetic here. It's a premium looking CPU cooler, and you could definitely overclock on this CPU, as it would have a higher efficiency or energy dissipation rating to allow you to get all of that heat off of the IHS and onto the heat array, and then of course out and off of the heat fins, and if you've configured your fans properly, out of the case. So you really want to get the heat out of your case. It's important to note, if you're using an air cooler, that you should focus on having exit airflow, good heat circuit, good airflow, where you have just as much cool air coming in and enough fans moving hot air out and away from the case. But this cooler costs $60. When I'm looking at products, even from myself, I check out the ratings. Has a perfect 5-star ratings, which is like, wow, is there any such thing as a perfect product or a perfect component? Not necessarily in this field, but yeah, you can opt in for an air cooler or a liquid cooler in AIO in that $60 to $100 range. Again, if you're interested in overclocking or you want lower noise, but a capable cooler in that $60+ range will serve your needs just fine. Just make sure it fits in your case. That is important, right? Especially if you're going with an AIO, just make sure it fits in your case. And if you're going with an air cooler, you may need a low profile cooler, depending on if your case is like a mini ITX case. You may need a low profile cooler. Coolers like these, like the Skype Fuma 2 here, is for your larger full-size towers and mid-size towers. Not necessarily ideal for smaller form factor cases. In that event, you would want to go with a low-profile air cooler. But going with a beefier CPU cooler, if you want to opt out, from using a liquid cooler. Maybe you're concerned about water in your case, and it's a valid concern. Um, you know, go with a premium CPU cooler somewhere along the lines of at least start your budget out at $60. You could go as low as the Cooler Master Hyper 212 if you're going, say, with an i5 10600K or generally any i5 or a Ryzen 5 3600. The Hyper 212 also for a $44 CPU cooler, which I believe is right here, up to the Cooler Master Hyper 212. This CPU would cool those CPUs efficiently. And they're affordable, and they have RGB, of course, if that's your thing, but very much a capable CPU cooler and performs slightly better than the stock coolers that come with the Ryzen 5 CPUs. But again, this CPU only costs $45, so it's even lower. It's significantly lower than the base price point that we started at for our CPU cooler, and that was $60. So for our i7 10700K, to officially fill in this slot for our cooler, we gotta find the, let's wait for it, Cooler Master. Let's go with a liquid cooler, because if I was configuring this system for an enthusiast, I would say, hey, water transfers heat more efficiently. Nothing wrong with going with, say, a single 120 millimeter AIO. Maybe if you're going with a mid-sized tower, it would fit the case better, as you could, install it to the rear of the case. Keep your CPU cooler for longer, and also you could overclock, even if it's a mild overclock, maybe like plus 100 on the core, to maybe slightly boost the all core on the CPU. So we're going to go with the Cooler Master Master Liquid ML120, the RGB V2 for our cooler. And as you can see, we are in the green right now, because the green is always good. You always want to be in the green with all things in life, right? So we have our CPU, the i7 10700K, our 8-core 16-thread CPU, our cooler, which is the Master Liquid ML120L RGB V2, and then our motherboard, the MSI MPG Z490. Now, it's important to note that with your motherboard, especially as a creator, or as like a streamer, I guess those two fall under the same category, but you want to make sure your motherboard is rich with, say, like onboard features that come with all of the tools or essentials that you are looking for with your motherboard. Now, as a streamer, these features should come with, say, like fast internet connection or fast broadband connection, modern USB terminals like USB 3.1 and Type-C support. These things is what you want to look for in your motherboard. On top of that, if you're interested in, say, gaming, and even editing video, it's good to do it on a fast drive. So maybe check to make sure your motherboard has support, like an M.2 slot. And that way you can take advantage. You can benefit from faster read and write times. But again, saving money is the name of the game here. So this is why we went with our Z490 Gaming Plus. And again, if you're more so along the lines of Team Red and you could save money, say with this configuration, should have did an alternative AMD version, but you can save money with this configuration by opting in with, say, a 3700X for $314, and you wouldn't need to buy a CPU cooler because it comes with a CPU. The stock cooler is capable of getting the job done. And you would also save about $20 to $30 by going with, say, a B550 motherboard, a non-enthusiast chipset. Although I think the B5, some B series motherboards come with a lot of features in the BIOS. So, hey, if Team Red is your forte, then opt in for, say, the MSI MPG B550 motherboard. It's about $155, $160 motherboard, and the 3700X. You're already looking at a savings of about $100 right there alone, or close to it, that you can maybe, say, put in other parts of your build, say your graphics card. So hang on there for a second, because man, when we jump down that road, it's going to get tricky. But that's what we're all about here. So we have our cooler. Let's go back to our list. We have our cooler, our motherboard, and our CPU for our base core. So when you're configuring your system, it's good to decide on, yes, your CPU, to then identify the type of cooler you're going to need, and of course the platform or the chipset for that CPU that you're going to opt in for. That is a good start before you go on deciding any other components. Yes, that's even outside of your power supply unit, because regardless of the type of power supply unit, you're going to need a power supply unit. And if you plan on adding a dedicated video card, then there are other factors that you will need to consider when purchasing that PSU. Also, when you are deciding on your case with the, at that same moment, at that same time. So we have these three core components figured out: our CPU, our cooler, and our motherboard. Again, going with our CPU, we went with the i7-10700K for our list. For our cooler, we went with the Cooler Master Liquid 120L RGB V2. It's a 120 millimeter AIO. This is going to help promote lower temperatures, going to be a little bit more quieter than, say, an air cooler. Your heat dissipation is reliant on the radiator that the fan is mounted onto to either push in cool air or push out hot air. Pull in cool air, push out hot air. So good start, especially if we want to overclock this system down the road, or we want to take advantage of higher boost clock frequencies on either chipset. And of course, our motherboard, we went with the MSI MPG Z490, the Z490 chipset. And we went with the Z490 chipset because this gives us an upgrade path to, say, upgrade to the 10900K if our workload calls for more cores. You necessarily don't need a 10 core 20 thread chip for gaming, but it can help you achieve other things with your system. Say, for example, cores do scale better when you're trying to do things like encode video or stream. That's when your system is going to benefit from having those extra cores, and also dividing the workload up per core, as that's how hyper-threading or simultaneously multi-threading works. It's SMT on AMD side, hyper-threading on Intel side, or something like that. Whatever. Don't judge me. Team Spider Rules says Team Red all the way. Oh yeah, Spider Rules. Hey, Team Red is really doing it for Verizon. But hey, if Team Red is your thing, then yeah, we know what CPU you're going with. Eclipse says same money on RAM with Intel. So yeah, I mean, and that's important to note, as Cliff is pointing out, that regardless of, and I could be wrong, but to my understanding is Cliff is pointing out that regardless of the motherboard CPU configuration you go with, all your other components are essentially going to cost the same, whether that's an Intel motherboard, or rather, Intel CPU in Z490 chipset, or Intel chipset, or an AMD CPU and AMD chipset. Which RAM we're actually going to jump in. RAM is actually our next category that we are going to jump in, as we've already covered our CPU, our cooler, and our motherboard. If I was building a system, those are some of the three main components. Maybe the AIO aside, as I normally install AIOs when I am near the end of installing all other components, and I'm ready to start the wiring process. But we have our CPU, our cooler, and our motherboard. Again, you can save money with going with Ryzen, as Sparta Rules pointed out. He's Team Red. You can save money with Ryzen if you didn't want to buy an aftermarket cooler. But of course, you can very much still go with Team Red and go with a Ryzen CPU if that's your forte, and that's who you prefer, and you want to support Team Red. Then go for it. Now, we have those three components figured out: our CPU, our cooler, and our motherboard. I just want to switch over to back to PC Part Picker here really fast, because I want to check to see where we are at in our budgets. We're at $562.93 out of our $1,600 budget that this video is heavily centered around: configuring a system for those purposes and needs. That's streaming, gaming, content creation in general, because that's a mixed bag of using different software. If you're a creator and use the Adobe suite, then sure, you want an optimized system that's going to take advantage of programs like Adobe's Photoshop and Adobe Premiere. Or if you're using, say, a DaVinci Resolve or any other video editing software, or photo manipulation software. Doesn't matter what you're using, you're going to want a well-rounded system, and generally here in 2021, this is what it's going to cost you. So, all right, let's jump over to, now we have our budget set. It's $562. Let's switch back here and go over to the next block of components that we're going to pick out for this system. And that is our RAM, our DDR4 RAM, our storage, and our power supply, right? Three components that will take this system towards its next evolutionary step to then decide on the next components, because we have predetermined our case that we're going to need by going with a ATX motherboard, right? Like we didn't go with the mini or micro ITX motherboard. We are going with a full size ATX motherboard, so we're going to need a compatible case that's compatible with that motherboard. So now we need to decide on our RAM configuration, how much, that's speed and storage size, the type of storage solution we're going to go with, and of course our power supply needs that's going to power any other future hardware as well. So let's switch back over to PC part picker and go over to our memory or RAM. I guess however you want to phrase that. I don't know. So here's the thing with RAM. Because again, we're creating a system for content creation, gaming, a little bit of all of those things, a mixed bag, right? So 16 gigabytes is the absolute minimum, but 32 gigabytes is a good ceiling for a system of this caliber. So if you don't want your stream, so to make sure your streams isn't disturbed, and you don't lose quality in your streams, if your budget allows it, go with a 32 gigabyte, go with 32 gigabytes of DDR4. For example, one of the most popular Call of Duty Warzone, for example, and I should have brought up the specs here, but Call of Duty Warzone at 1080p, at competitive settings, recommends 12 gigabytes of DDR4. So 16 gigabytes most likely won't be enough to run that game on top of Windows. And also, if you're streaming the game or say recording your gameplay, 16 gigabytes definitely won't be enough. So remember in a previous couple of conversations we had, we talked about this. We talked about deciding on the type of games you want to play should be part of your decision, your buying decision in the decisions you make for your system. It should be based around the games you're going to play. Check your game's minimum recommended settings. Call of Duty, Activision, I guess if you will, does a really good job, because you know how we feel about taking developers' word at their requirements and recommendations, but they do tell you how much the minimum and recommended specs should be for games at different settings, at different resolutions. And 1080p Warzone, Call of Duty Warzone, is going to take up to 12 gigabytes of DDR4. So it's good to go with 32 gigabytes if your budget allows it. But if it don't, then you may need to compromise with some of your system settings in the games you want to stream or record, or do a little bit of both. So it's all about compromising with PC gaming, folks. It's not about like, you hit a wall and there's no way to get around it, right? No player in the wild. You may have to compromise. So in this case, for Call of Duty Warzone, you may not be able to run it at that higher graphic preset. You may need to lower your settings or change your settings a little bit to get an experience that's going to be playable for you, and a positive viewing experience for your audience as a creator, that's as a streamer. Or let's say you record your Fortnite gameplay. I don't know why I said Fortnite. Fortnite was the first game to come to mind, but maybe you record gameplay, maybe you record your gameplay footage and you want to edit them post and maybe add some commentary behind it. Whatever your future content creation workflow looks like, where you can, if your budget allows you, opt in for the right amount of DDR4 that's going to help you have a manageable content creation experience while also presenting a positive viewing experience for your audience. For the sake of this configuration, though, we will go with 16 gigabytes, as 32 gigabyte is a positive ceiling to be in, but it's absolutely positively not required or not necessary, even for a system of this caliber, a system that's destined to, again, encode, stream, do both of those things at the same time. 16 gigabytes should be enough and should help us maintain a modest budget for what we're trying to achieve here today, and that's about 1600, give or take a little bit over. Now, you can go with style over substance here. You don't necessarily need a DDR4 kit that has RGB. It's a controversial topic in my opinion. Whether you pay more for RGB, I'm not gonna say you do, and I'm not gonna say you don't. But chances are you probably might because it costs the manufacturer to implement that feature onto the component. But I am a personal fan of RGB. I understand it's not for everybody. Most people, maybe say, "Oh, I don't like the flashy lights. I just, want to keep it cool and keep it simple. I don't want, flashy lights in my system and have to worry about changing, downloading extra program to change the settings." But for the sake of this experiment, we are going to go with a DDR4 kit that does have RGB. Now, some cases, for example, here you can save about $10-15 for opting out of RGB on your memory. But again, for the sake of this live stream, we are going to go with RGB because I really do feel like if it's done right and you have other matching RGB components, then it can really complement your system. And if you take it a next step further, it could really complement your entire setup as a reflection of your personality. You could either remember we used the red Power Ranger experience, right? Like you could be a fan of the red Power Ranger, and so you have like red RGB, or for example, this Corsair RGB Pros. Um, I use similar RGB, and there's a wide range of lighting effects you can have applied to this memory, and it's really dope. All the way from different colors to different patterns and like different modes. It's really neat. I think it's worth it with RGB, and that's why we are going to go with a kit that does have RGB. That's the Corsair Vengeance Pro 16. Although the 16 gigabyte of print, I can't talk today, fam. I can't talk. Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro. Now, I'm trying to find the black variant, and for some reason the black variant is going to cost us a bit more money, but we're going to go with 3200 megahertz here. 3600 is a good ceiling to be at, especially when you're on a platform like Ryzen that scales really well with its DDR4 memory, or for example this Crucial Ballistics 16 gigabyte kit for $84. I'm not sure if this would be this price on Amazon, as sometimes I notice that when you are using PC Part Picker as a friendly note, to it's good to not necessarily take their prices at face value. A lot of these parts that we're discussing throughout this live stream, I've researched prior to the live stream, and I made sure to recommend products that were similarly priced on Amazon because sometimes they will be priced a little lower as PC Part Picker pulls from a wide range of different vendors to fill in your search results. So we're going to go with our Corsair Vengeance Pro 16 gigabyte, and that's 3600 megahertz here, for $108. Now, you could either opt in for the white. This could vary on your case, right? If you have, say, an all white based theme, or maybe you have a black on gray theme, going with a black memory kit is a general good start. Sorry, I'm a little flabbered. This is one of my favorite topics, and I'm like, come on. But we have our memory picked out. So we have our memory, our motherboard, our CPU cooler, and our CPU. This has taken our budget at $670, and so far we have most of the core identified and picked out. So if we were in the build process, I would take our CPU, install our CPU, take our memory kit, install our memory kit, check in to make sure what's the optimized position for that specific motherboard. Is that the A1, A2 slot, or is that the B1, B2 slot? It very much could depend on the memory's rated speed and the memory kit within itself, for example, its cache latency. So always good to double back and look at your motherboard's support page on the vendor's website. In this case, it'd be msi.com. Look for the MPG Z490 Gaming Plus, and then check out the product manual. Check out what BIOS updates have been introduced for this motherboard, and it'll give you a good idea on, say, for example, what memory kit to go with if there was a BIOS update for memory improvement, or if there was BIOS enhancements for, say, 10th generation CPUs. So always good to double back and check the vendor's website and the manual for that particular component, especially when it's your motherboard. And when it comes to identifying what slots you should install, your memory in. But we have our memory, our motherboard, our CPU cooler, and our RAM. Now let's jump down because the next most important component to add here that we're in the stage, and that is your storage. Now, to accommodate for the ever-growing file size of games today, right, like Warzone and Fortnite, it's best to go with a high-capacity, fast single-in solution in the form of an SSD or an M.2. For example, Warzone takes 175 gigabytes. That is insane. 175 gigabytes, that's one game. Fortnite is on a similar path along with GTA 5. Those three games are some of the most popular games being played to this day, and it's most of the time when I'm consulting with new users, people who are even slightly interested in building a PC, these games they have likely already played on previous gen consoles, say like the PS4, and they want to know, well, how well, what kind of system will I need to play, say, Warzone or GTA 5, or maybe I want like a competitive based system for Fortnite. Um, I always recommend a high capacity, fast, single in storage solution. If your motherboard has support for M.2, which it should, because you should at least have your OS on the fastest storage solution on your motherboard. So if that's M.2, you should want your OS installed at least on, say, a 240 gigabyte NVMe M.2. Or if you're on a budget and you say I can't necessarily afford a M.2, I want to save money, you can get like a 500 gigabyte SSD for under $60, or a normal SSD for 20 to $30 more. But in this case, for our example, we're going to go with the Western Digital Blue 1 terabyte NVMe M.2. Now, that is because this system is not just for gaming. This system is also a content creation system that is going to encode our games, stream our games, allow us to edit our games, create thumbnails, or you could have other aspirations. It's recommended that you do it on a fast drive, and that's for terms of your budget and simplicity will be an M.2, an NVMe M.2. Now, this Western Digital 1 terabyte M.2 only costs under $100, and you get that reliability of Western Digital. So you get the fast read and write speeds, right, for loading your OS and your programs and your game assets during your stream. You could always add a mechanical hard drive, right, for long-term storage solutions, say for backing up some of your videos or backing up some of your highlights, some of your game clips, backing up your content in general. You could add, say, a 1 terabyte hard drive down the road. But if you wanted to, say, flex your budget a little bit here, because I also recommend you try to keep your games on one drive and your OS separate on another, just in case something is corrupted within one of your game files, it doesn't corrupt the entirety of your system. Or if your system is compromised, it's a matter of only, say, replacing one component, being your M.2, if that's where you installed your OS. So we have our Western Digital Blue 1 terabyte M.2. And this is again going to help with fast load times in our game. So this is going to help keep your stream fast and fluent. It's also going to help with faster load times, faster boot times, and you're also going to get that reliability that Western Digital is known for. So out of our core components, we have our storage drive, which is a Western Digital 1 terabyte M.2, which again, if you didn't want to go with an NVMe M.2, you could always go with, say, a 1 terabyte, your standard, say, Western Digital 1 terabyte, which costs the same. So even for slightly faster read and writes, because the data is being pulled directly from the PCIe lane on your motherboard, it's worth opting out for an M.2. But if your motherboard, maybe you're on an older platform and you don't want to, say, get a PCIe adapter to use an M.2, you want to go with just a standard SSD. 1 terabyte SSD for $100. SSD prices have gone down even more than they have in the past. But 1 terabyte is a good start, especially for a system that's going to, say, store photos or store videos, and also have more than, say, 3 games downloaded. So if you're a multi-game streamer, you don't just play one game. Let's say you play Minecraft, or you play Fort, you play Maybe you play an MMO, which MMOs also have rather large file sizes. That's because there's so many different assets the game has to load and pull in at any given time. It's another reason why you definitely would want your games installed on the fastest possible drive available on your system, whether that be an M.2 or an SSD. It's one of those parts, and storage is one of those components that you can always add more of down the road as your needs evolve. Or say you create 4K content. Let's say you jump into 4K content, and 4K files are generally larger than, say, 1080p files. So you would likely need faster storage. And in that case is where I would recommend, say, hey, go on with a fast external storage solution in that case. Let me jump over to the chat really fast. As Darkness Plays says hello. Actually, Darkness Plays says hi. Well, Darkness Plays, it's good to see you. I hope I did not miss your comment. Welcome to the live show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me just switch back fast here because we haven't took a quick intermission. But Darkness Plays, welcome to the live show. And Cliff says, looking good, lab. I do appreciate it, Cliff. I'm in terms of the system that we're configuring out here. I do appreciate it. And again, this system can be, parts can be swapped out. You don't necessarily have to go at face value with these recommendations that we are making. Again, remember, these suggestions are launching pads or ways to get you started, to push you up on that journey. Remember, we consider it a mountain climb, or I consider this journey a mountain climb. And that journey is, say, transitioning from a console over to a PC. Or let's say you never even gamed on a console and you just say, hey, I'm just, I have disposable income, or I have disposable time, or I have the means, and I want to start my gameplay or my gaming career off on the best platform possible, and that's the PC platform. So, these are good launching points to get you started on that platform. For us to give you, remember how we was playing Alien Isolation in that quick segment? We had to give the one guy the boost. This is like us putting our foot up there, pressing E, and just kind of giving you the boost to get you started. That's what it's all about. But at any point, like Darkness Plays and anybody else who just joined us, if you have any questions about anything we talked about thus far in the live stream, or anything we talk about at any point, do feel free to drop it over in the chat. If I am unable to get to it, we have helpful members in the community like Bad Habit and XLR Gaming that's more than willing to help you with any pain points you may have. And if you're just now joining us, welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A show, where we are configuring a $1,600 PC that can be utilized as both a gaming machine and a content creation streaming machine, or just content creation in general. I just remind you, if you haven't yet, on your way in or out, do be sure to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't yet, fam. If this is your first time here and you haven't yet subscribed, I highly recommend you subscribe, as we have more content coming out that's going to be both helpful, educational, but most importantly, entertaining, because that's what it's all about, right? Consuming content. But let's jump back over to our image scene here, because we were picking out our RAM, our storage, and our power supply, right? If you're just now tuning in, we already picked out our CPU, our motherboard, and our cooler. We'll switch back here to our PC part picker list so you can see what we went with in terms of those three categories. And for the second part of configuring this build, now we are going through the RAM, storage, and power supply. I'm going to switch back here and away from Amazon and back to PCPartPicker.com, the almighty helpful tool for all things PC enthusiast, noob, novice, intermediate, advanced, doesn't matter. Super helpful tool. And so we have our 10700K, so we went with Team Blue's platform, and the Z490 Gaming Plus motherboard. As an alternative, you can go with the 3700X and say the B550 variant of MSI's MPG motherboard, should you want to save a little bit of money on the cooler, save a little bit of money on the cooler. But even then, if you wanted to invest in an aftermarket cooler, a really decent aftermarket cooler, one that has enough heat dissipation to, say, cool your CPU and allow for you to take advantage of higher boost clock frequencies, set yourself a budget of somewhere between $60 to $100. That's both for an air cooler, a high efficient air cooler, or a high-end air cooler, and even an AIO, similar to what we went with here. But you can also, say, opt in for the NZXT, say an NZXT cooler like the Kraken or the Corsair 120mm H105, I believe it is. And then for our Corsair, and we're going to check, I'll verify that here in a second. And then for our memory, we went with the 16 gigabyte kit of DDR4 3600 megahertz CL18 memory. And for storage, we went with a Western Digital 1 terabyte M.2 solid state drive. So we have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have our 5 out of our 7 core components identified and accounted for. In this segment, we were also parting out our power supply unit, which we're going to jump down and prepare now. Now, with your PSU, in literal terms, your PSU is the heart of your system, right? Hear me out. I know everybody loves the graphics card and the CPU is super sexy and attractive, but think about it, fam. Your power supply unit, your PSU unit, is the heart of your system as it provides the life source, the internet, and that's energy in the case of a computer, as a, what do you call it? It's like a refrigerator, a a an appliance. There we go. It's like an appliance. The life source of your appliance is electricity, is power, and a computer gets that life source, gets that energy from your power supply unit. It's the one central core. It's the one central component, that brings your system to life and helps it keep it alive, regulating healthy and efficient power to your components and your system. So this is why, and I would say your power supply is it's the heart of your system. By heart, I mean it's what, as our heart provides us, what you provide your body with blood and keeps the oxygen flowing. Your power supply unit serves the same purpose. So it's good to invest accordingly and try to seek a power supply unit that has an at least 80 plus rating of at least bronze, but gold is a good start for for healthy energy and heat regulation. So in our case, we're going to go with about a good if you're adding a dedicated video card, it's good to start at least at 750 watts. It's good to start there. I say it's good to start there because graphics cards like the RTX 3080 Ti and the upcoming RTX 3070 Ti, which is set to launch June 10th. Let me switch back here. But the RTX 3080 Ti just came out, and that has a minimum power supply unit requirement of 750 watts, and the 3070 Ti will as well. So while we don't use the term a lot around here, to future-proof your system, it's good to start at a higher wattage, but don't overspend here. You don't want to overspend, as we talked about that in our power supply unit conversation, which you can find the link to that down in the description box below. If you weren't, and that's with the Inside the Lab's weekly live experience playlist, which has all of the live stream replays left up as they are. Jump over and find the conversation we had about power supply units, and I will try to remember that at the end of this, or at the conclusion of this live stream, to add that card or add the card to that video up here, so you can give that one a watch after this one if you want to dive in more on the intricates and the importance or what to look for in a power supply unit. I couldn't get it out, but definitely give that one a watch. Triceon, is good to see you. Triceon says, yo, what have you put together so far? Okay, so good question, Triceon. Sorry, I think I have cat hair in my mouth. Okay. It's live. Whatever can happen on live is going to happen, right? But so let's jump over to our list. And I see Cliff. I see you, Cliff, and you're right. 850 to play it safe. Yes, I would say 850 to play it safe if you were overclocking. You jumped the gun, which is good. It's better to jump the gun than to allow me to forget. But I would say 850 is a better ceiling, is a higher ceiling, and I was going to get to that. If you are going to overclock, if you want to introduce overclocking into, as a part of your hardware experience, if you want to overclock your CPU, if you want to overclock your graphics card, you are definitely going to want to go with a higher rated PSU to accommodate for the extra heat power being generated, or the extra heat being generated by introducing more power to those components. Because when you're overclocking, you're essentially running those components past their power limits, introducing more power to those components so that they can run faster further. So if you are going to overclock, you definitely want to raise the bar a little bit. Overclocking isn't as popular now in the advent with modern hardware, because things like precision boost, overdrive, and Intel's overclocking technologies, and even Nvidia's GPU boost, and how fast, say, the RX 6000 series GPUs run out of the box, some like 2300 plus megahertz. You may or may not even need to overclock your graphics card, in my opinion. And when you overclock your graphics card, it really gets interesting when you are overclocking on, say, a water block. You eliminate the air factor altogether, and having a need to rely on air cool, to rely on air, passive air at that, to keep the components cool during overclocking. You're likely going to want to be on a water block, in my opinion, especially with overclocking modern graphics cards. But it could be a bit hypocritical, because coming up soon here, we have some overclocking content coming up here, where it could be beneficial for you to overclock older hardware to make up for its age, right, or its depreciation in silicone. But 850 watts is good to play it safe. If you are interested in overclocking, or if you are interested in going with higher end graphics cards down the road, but if you want to be somewhere in between a mid to high end graphics card, so on Nvidia's side, that's say 70 to 80 XX, insert any, series 10, 20, 9. If you're going to be somewhere in between a 70 and 80 series graphics card over on Nvidia's side, 650 watts to 750 watts is a good ballpark to be in. If you're going to jump over to Team Red's Radeon graphics division, Vega 56 and Vega 64 historically didn't have great power delivery, so they will require a significant amount more of watts to power. So it all depends on the graphics card you want to go with. But if it's a 500 series Polaris based graphics card, you could be somewhere in the same category, either with a 70 or 500 series 70 or 80 based graphics card. 850 is a good ballpark to be in if you plan to go, say, TI and up, right? Like if you have future interest in, say, any TI and up, whether that be 20 series or 30 series, or say a 980 Ti, then you may want to, level that up a little bit, and, opt in for a slightly higher rated power supply. But what's going to matter more importantly, not only the wattage amount, but also its efficiency rating. So for our example, we're going to go with the Corsair 750 watt 80 plus gold power supply unit. Now, I like this power supply as a choice because not only is it affordable, but it comes with a few caveats that you should want to look for in a power supply unit. Whether that's you are building it yourself, or you're having somebody build it for you, right? Whether that's a pre-built, a custom pre-built, because when you're buying a pre-built, this is the one part of the pre-built that's going to be scrutinized the most, and that's the type of power supply unit. Most of the time, it's not going to be, say, a 80 plus gold fully modular power supply unit. Maybe something a little bit more economical, say, for that manufacturer's bottom line. But if it is a component you wanted to upgrade on your pre-built, then these features is what you're going to want to look for in that power supply unit, especially at this price range and at this wattage. And we're going to talk about the wattage when we move over into the graphics card segment, right? Because things are going to get a little tricky there. And I'm no Harry Houdini, but I sure know how to pull a rabbit out of the hat. So with your power supply unit, that was so cringe. That was so cringe. If that was cringe, you can type one in the chat if that joke was like too cringe. It's all good, man. I still love you guys. I still love you guys if it was cringy, but whatever. Um, these, having a fully modular power supply, first of all, huge benefit and bonus. This will help, keep your system, the internals of your system clutter free, as you only have to opt in and use, the cables that you're immediately required to use. So if you only need one GPU cable or one SATA cable, then you won't have to worry about, say, any unused cables, bundling them up and tucking them in between your cases. So this is going to give you a much cleaner inside, right? A much cleaner inside. Also, you can opt in for, say, cables, custom cables from, say, Cable Mod, to really put a personal spin or personal touch on your system. You may have saw this in the Core Shredder series. If you haven't seen the Core Shredder series, or not the Core Shredder series, but the Asus ROG RTX 3090 series, towards the end of that series, I showed, the upgrade process to upgrading the core shredder and adding custom cables. And that's just one of the benefits, one of the main benefits out of many that you get with a fully modular power supply unit. You could opt in for a semi modular power supply unit, which means that things like the 24 pin cable is non-modular, and the 8-pin EPS CPU cable is non-modular. In most cases, all other cables are modular, and you could opt out to use them if you need them, or not, to keep your system clutter-free if you don't. So you could save money, a little bit of money there, by going with a semi-modular power supply unit. And I only want to keep adding that ways you can save money in case you absolutely positively are interested in building a system like this and you need to stay under $1,600. I'm just trying to slide nuggets in where you can save money and lower that price even more to get under a budget that's more attainable for you. So this is our power supply unit. Again, we're going with the Corsair RM750. The 750, of course, being 750 watts. It's 80 plus rated gold, fully modular. It looks good, has a nice aesthetic if your power supply is visible in your case or your system. And let's see where this takes our budget. So now we're at $900. We're at $900 with about what? We have about 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, yeah, 7, about 700. Sorry, I'm horrible at math. We had about $700, and we have just about our core components worked out, right? We have our CPU. I'm sorry, Triciano, I'm not sure if I ever answered your question, but we're going to run through that here really fast. As Cliff says, looking forward to everyone's $1,600 list on the Discord later. Sure, yeah, I would love to see what would you go with. Share your links over in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, hey, sign up for our email list down in the description box below to receive the invite link for our email list. That way you can jump into our Discord. But I would sure love to see those of you who are in the Discord and you're here now and you're watching, definitely share your $1,600 list on the Discord. Cliff says, I ran a RM750X for a long while. Good solid PSU. Yeah, I've used so many Corsair power supply units. I have yet to have a complaint at all. Like, it's funny. I keep telling myself, let me switch back here really fast. I keep telling myself I need to get all of my Corsair products together and build like some type of statue, because I have so many. I was showing Mrs. Mine. I'm like, you know what? I have so many Corsair products. I could like stack them like shack height, right? And some. But it's all fun there. I've used so many of their power supply units. I've recommended so many of their power supply units, them and EVGA. I mean, there's so many others you could opt in and go with, but EVGA and Corsair normally come highly recommended, and they have two of the best warranties in place when it comes to wanting to make sure your components are protected. But let's quickly rehash our core components, as we've already gone over our RAM, our storage, and our power supply unit, right? Those three components we've added to the lot. Let's go over all together and see what we have. So we have our 8-core, 16-thread, 10th generation 10700K Intel CPU, our Cooler Master, Master Liquid ML120L RGB V2 AIO, for lower temperatures, higher boost clock frequencies, and the potential to overclock your CPU only. Remember, if you wanted to do overclocking both your graphics card and your GPU, opt for a slightly higher CPU. As you see here, the estimated wattage is going to, exceed rather high once we add our graphics card, and the estimated wattage is based off of Intel's base clock frequency. But with a robust cooling solution, the CPU would recognize that and would boost those cores as high as possible without you needing to go in and change anything. But this is essentially a K-based unlock processor, so it could be a bit redundant to not want to overclock in the future. It's important to note there, because you could save even a bit. You could save a couple dollars more and opt in for, say, a non-K based CPU and a non-enthusiast chipset, say like the B460. But this is an enthusiast system, as it will have enthusiast like tasks, from things like setting up your stream, understanding how encoding works and how video editing works and how photo manipulation works, or graphic manipulation, or being a visual artist. This is essentially an enthusiast build, so we are going with enthusiast components. should you work up the nerve to say want to overclock your system. But we have the i7-10700K, the 8-core 16-thread 10th generation CPU, our Cooler Master Master Liquid ML120 AIO, our MSI MPG Z490 Gaming Plus, and again, we went with this on this chipset. You could upgrade to say the 10900K. Excuse me. Should your workflow become more demanding, and you could benefit from say those extra 2 cores and 4 threads, or you can opt in for the slightly less expensive Ryzen 7 3700X or 3800X and a B550 MSI MPG motherboard. You can go either platform route, going with the Ryzen route, right? Going with the 3700X and a B550 motherboard. You could save up to like $100 by not needing to buy an aftermarket cooler, especially if you're not interested in overclocking your 3700X. You wouldn't need to necessarily say invest in an aftermarket cooler, as the stock cooler would get the job done, and PBO 2.0 will be able to boost the cores on that CPU as much as possible. That's going to be beneficial to you while you're say encoding your videos to say upload to your YouTube channel, or while you are encoding your streams to your YouTube channel or to your Twitch. The faster your CPU and the more efficient your CPU is running, the better quality your stream is going to be, and the better viewing experience is going to be for your audience. Then for RAM, we opted for 16 gigabytes of DDR4 here. Now, I did mention that 32 is a good ceiling for a system of this caliber, but it could very much put you out of this budget range, this $1,600 budget range for just the base system. Remember, we took $1,600 a few live streams ago, and we configured a whole entire setup around that budget, right? It was a $1,000 custom gaming PC or a $1,000 pre-built gaming PC similarly spec'd, and then the $600 remaining was to accommodate the cost of our monitor, our keyboard, our mouse, our audio solution, speakers or headphone, and of course our internet solution, rather, which should be an Ethernet cable, right? If you can opt in for Ethernet cable, you can of course add say a wireless PCIe connector, but you know it will affect the quality of your streams. It's better to go wired whenever and wherever possible. So you could go for 32 gigabytes. That's a good ceiling for your streams. It's going to help make sure your streams aren't disturbed, your quality isn't disturbed. Call of Duty Warzone at the highest preset at 1080p recommends 12 gigabytes of DDR4. So this could also depend on the type of games you want to play and you want to stream. If it's demanding games like Fortnite and like Call of Duty Warzone, if you don't want it to affect your competitive edge or the way you play and present that gameplay to your audience, then you may want to allocate a higher portion of your budget to this component, or find ways to shave off of other components like we mentioned throughout this live stream to say opt in for a higher RAM storage amount if this is what's important to you, specifically to your experience as a content creator, as a streamer, as a gamer. Again, Call of Duty Warzone takes up to 12 gigabytes. Streaming, stresses the entirety of your system and will need additional DDR4 dedicated to encode the stream. On top of that, you have other programs running in the background, say for example Streamlabs or Streamlabs OBS, or just maybe OBS, or whatever software you're using to live stream. Those two will take up memory resources. On top of that, Windows will take up memory resources. So if it's games like that that's important to you, then try to again allocate a higher portion of your budget here. But you could always compromise. Don't make it seem like you have to go with 32 gigabytes of DDR4. Say if you want to play Warzone, you may just have to compromise. You may just have to lower your expectations slightly and say change your graphic settings in Warzone to where it's not consuming as much as your DDR4 memory. Try to get RAM, try to get that under say 8 to 9 gigabytes, and even with 16 gigabytes, it's not causing stutters or affecting your stream to the point where it's being pixelated or you have dropped frames. Those things are going to be no-nos for your audience, and it's going to cause your viewers to leave. So when you're a streamer, when you are building a system like this, you have to put the audience first, and even ask yourself, would you stick around on a live stream that was choppy and pixelated and say, had dropped frames all the time? Would you stick around for that creator stream? Would you, continue to watch them? We pop up live. We go live every once in a while. We have our pop-up live stream series. we pop up and go live, and I go back and I always study my craft like an NBA player, not an NBA player. Oh God, no. More like an NFL player. None against the NBA, I just don't watch it. But more like an NFL player or something to that extent, to where you want to go back and you want to watch some of your moments to identify your weaknesses, right? Maybe it's words I repeat a lot, or maybe I also go back to measure the quality of the stream to make sure that it was, it presented a positive viewing experience, right? That I didn't have drop frames, or like it didn't get heavy pixelated. This is what made me identify that, oh man, you guys and gals didn't have audio on the pop-up live stream. And I made sure that to enhance the experience, to make sure you are experiencing the game with me after rewatching watching those replays, helped me identify ways to improve the quality of even the pop-up live streams and just future live streams in general, as it's still very much a core part of going live is maintaining the fluidity of a conversation. So essentially, that's what the pop-up live streams serve as a way for me to continue to hone my craft of maintaining a positive and easy to digest conversation between you and I, here in this community, right? Which is why I always say, hey, our live streams are interactive. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them over in the comment section below. But we were initially talking about storage, right? How much RAM you should go with. And again, 32 gigabytes is a good ceiling to be at. But think about it, fam. Memory along with storage are two components that aren't hard for you to upgrade and configure yourself. You wouldn't necessarily need a system integrator to help you with those things. But if you have something that allows you to not successfully, swap out or add that component, then even then it's still very much an affordable financial expense to say, hey, go to your system integrator and say, hey, look, I'm not comfortable with this, or I have a, disability, I'm unable to do this, and I don't want to damage my components. I just want more storage. I bought, 1 terabyte SSD and another 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive. I don't know how to recognize it in Windows. I don't want to pull the cables out, and you can take those to your system integrators. It's not an expensive upgrade to make. And on top of that, RAM is super easy to install. It's just a matter of making sure the teeth. I wish I had some RAM. I should pull the RAM out. Hold on, let me pull the RAM out of the system. No, can you imagine what happens if you pull RAM out? I tell you what, you get probably a blue screen. You probably get a B side if I pulled the RAM out right now. But adding RAM is another simple, cost-effective DIY upgrade that you can make should you say need to stay under this $1,600 price point, right? This $1,600 budget, but you say want to enhance the experience a little bit more down the road by say adding another 16 gigabyte of DDR4 memory to then give you that 32 gigabyte kit, which then further enhances the quality of your streams. I mean, that's essentially leveling up, fam. That's starting one way and then proceeding to continuously evolve your platform, to evolve your experience. That can be done with minor side grades, if you will, like adding more memory or adding more storage. Maybe you couldn't do it at the initial investment cost, but consider your PC like an asset that it may not be a lot, but still retain some equity, right? Or you can make modifications to it to enhance its value, right? In terms of performance or even in terms of looks. So that's just something to take into consideration, fam. Don't necessarily get caught up on needing to have all of the money up front to get your system finished, to get your system built. Start with what you can buy now. Tricion says, I just tried to make a part list that fits in a $1,600 US budget, and it's absolutely horrible compared to 2020. Way worse than I thought, especially at European Union pricing. Yeah, and and excuse me, and for our budget, again, I started with a full disclaimer at the beginning of this live show where I said, if you are no stranger to this channel, you know where we are heading to find the value in the graphics card. And one of my favorite videos that we produced here on this channel at the top of the year, which was the $900 gaming PC we built. That video is essentially dead in the water. It's not a bad video. It performed really well, but the topic isn't relevant anymore, as you can't build that system for $900 right now. To build that system, right, with the 1660 Super, I believe it is. It has a 1660 Super in it, would probably be about 40 to 50% more. So essentially that video, although I didn't pay those prices at the time of shooting it, that video essentially I should change the title to, you know, the equivalent to a $1,400 PC, because that is what it would cost you to build a system similar to that one I did in that video. The biggest factor that dramatically shifts the price is, of course, the graphics card. And that's because the 1660 Super isn't available at the $269 price point it was at the time of shooting that video. The graphics card boom was slowly starting to catch up, right? Once people started realizing that, hey, there's not going to be a lot of 30 series graphics cards, or some of the 20 series graphics cards are starting to dry up as well. Everybody caught wind to that and started buying up the 16 series graphics cards, and then those became the next sought after graphics cards, and those prices gradually started to increase as well. The 1660 Super at the time of recording that video was $269. We paid $329 for it, for that video. And you can even still argue that that was still a little bit higher than what we should have, and that was through a typical retail store. Like, we went into a Best Buy and bought that graphics card. So yeah, you're going to pay more, but it's, in my opinion, PC gaming has always been expensive. It just costs more now. It's higher than it's ever been. The cost to entry is higher than it's ever been. But you know, you have to find economical ways that you can approach that struggle or approach that issue. So yeah, we feel for you, Tricion. We feel for you. So let's jump back over to where we were discussing RAM. Sorry, we were discussing our RAM, and we picked out our DDR4, right? We picked out our storage solution, and we picked out our Corsair power supply unit. We went with the Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro, 16 gigabytes of DDR4, 3600 megahertz, so very fast memory kit, which should have no problem at loading a 3600 megahertz XMP profile, it's extreme memory profile, over on that Z490 chipset. And then for our storage solution, we went with the 1 terabyte, and I know I should be showing a list, I'll switch back to that in a second. But then for our storage solution, our storage drive, we went with the 1 terabyte Western Digital M.2 1 terabyte SSD. So that should be enough to say download 3 to 4 of today's most popular games, and of course any other programs or software applications you're going to need to complete your content creation workflow. Rather that's programs like any Adobe programs, or DaVinci Resolve, or say like GIMP, Streamlabs, or OBS, whatever software applications you use, Discord. Obviously, all those are going to be enough. And if your storage starts to fill up with, say, some of your previous content, you can always, you can always add an external SSD, like a fast SSD. I will do a video on that because I really feel like it's necessary for creators. And even for gamers that are on OG consoles like the PS4, and storage has become a real issue, as you can, to my understanding, replace the SD drives on the PS4 and the Xbox, but it's becoming more and more of an issue. So in terms of your PC, it's good to evaluate the games you're going to play when you are considering your storage. I opted in for a 1 terabyte SSD for the sakes of this example. And that's because games like Call of Duty Warzone, some of the most popular games to create content around and to stream, have really large file sizes, right? For example, Call of Duty Warzone takes 175 gigabytes of storage. That's a lot, fam. That's a lot, considering that that game can continue to have higher patches and higher updates that will require that file size to easily bloom over 200 gigabytes. So that's just one game. Fortnite, I believe, too, has a storage capacity, I believe, of 150 or 165 gigabytes. So two of the most popular games off the bat to play would take up almost 30% of your storage drive. And that's just two games. So this is why it's good to take into consideration the games you want to play, any future games. But again, storage, a lot like your memory, are two components you can always add to supplement or enhance your system. It doesn't necessarily need to reflect your initial investment price, right? Your IVP, initial investment price. I don't know if that's a Wall Street buzz term, but we just branded it right now. And when I say your initial investment price, fam, I say if you had $1,600 to invest in your content creation machine, in your content creation career, and you want to stick to that $1,600 budget, how do you do it? By keeping your initial investment low as possible. And even then, earlier in this live stream, we identify ways you can shave off money to get your budget even lower than that. So let me jump over into the chat really fast. As Cliff said, I'm going to start selling my hair if it wasn't so short. We'll sell hair for PC gear, right? That's funny, right? I know. Hey, listen, if hair follicles become a premium and at a higher demand than GPUs, then hey, I'll start selling some of mine too to compensate, right? But it's funny because I think about one of the videos, the Ryzen 5 1600X video I believe we did. I tried to let me switch back here really fast. I tried to interject a funny skit moment to where you see the guy dancing. He's like, the question say, hey, will you dance for PC parts? And he's like, PC parts. And the next thing you know, he's like, bam, and he starts dancing. And it's like, yeah, I'll dance for PC parts. Hey, I'll sell my hair for PC parts. I'll dance for PC parts. I'll do it. Oh, Skitty Live, it's good to see you, Scott. Scott says, what it do, broski? Can't stay, but I am sharing. I do appreciate the scare, not the scare. Whoa. I do appreciate the share, Skitty Live. That's my buddy Scott. And Krypton 60 Hertz. Good to see you, Krypton 60 Hertz. Welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live show. I do believe this is our first time having the opportunity to engage with you. If it is, first and foremost, all new viewers, I do welcome you to either give the stream a like on your way in or out. And if you're new here, I welcome you to tap the subscribe button down there right there. I'll give you 5 seconds. Hold on. If you haven't yet. Okay. I'm just messing with you. But if you haven't yet, hopefully I am entertaining and educational enough during this live stream to encourage you to join our community by tapping that round subscribe icon and, of course, to be notified of all future videos. Krypton 60 Hertz, again, welcome. And Krypton has a great question. Krypton says, is 16 gigabytes RAM good for streaming? So we kind of was talking about that a little bit earlier in the live stream. While 16 gigabytes could be enough for, say, 720p streaming, it all depends on the platform you want to stream at. It all depends on the games or game you want to stream and the settings you want to stream them at. Also take into consideration, you have to factor in your internet speed. That's going to play an even larger factor when it comes to deciding the type of resolution, graphic setting, and frame rate you want to play at. You have to make sure you have the bandwidth, the internet bandwidth, to say game at 1080p, 60 hertz, and high fidelity. That's going to require you to have a fast internet connection, a fast, stable, consistent internet connection, if that's the resolution you want to game at. Now, if your internet is the bottleneck, 16 gigabytes is more than enough for, say, 720p gaming. Most streamers have opted in to, say, stream over on Facebook and Twitch. Now, you can only stream at 720p over on Facebook when you're at I'm not quite sure of Facebook's complete requirements to stream at 1080p, but I do know there are certain milestones you have to achieve and hit to enable 1080p streaming over on Facebook. And Twitch is 720p gaming. So you have to take into consideration the games you want to play, the resolution you're going to play at, and the platforms you are going to stream them to. If you want to stream higher, more demanding games like Call of Duty Warzone, because Call of Duty Warzone has a recommended 12 gigabyte DDR4 limit for, say, 1080p high settings, competitive settings, gaming. So if you're interested in streaming that game at a high resolution at 1080p and a high refresh rate to stay competitive, no, 16 gigabytes won't be enough for you. But that's the key word there. The key word is for you. Each one of us will likely have different needs when it comes to a system. While we all want the same end results, right? That's at high FPS, fast render times, fast upload speeds, right? Another good positive of having a fast SSD is that it's going to load your assets in faster. It's going to give you faster boot times and what have you. But when it comes to memory, 16 gigabytes could be enough to keep your initial investment price low, Krypton 60 Hertz. Now, if you have an aspiration to play, say, games like Call of Duty Warzone and Fortnite at 1080p, at competitive settings, and you still want high refresh rates, then you may want to opt in for a higher storage amount, right? Or for a higher RAM capacity. That's going to reflect your individual budget, and there may be other areas in your budget that you may have to compromise on to, say, accommodate more RAM. Now, yeah, I recommend 32 gigabytes for most streaming situations, but most people don't always stream at 1080p. Most people don't stream at 4K. Like I would love to stream at 4K for our pop-up live streams, but I would need to upgrade my internet plan, my home broadband plan to say I believe the next level, just to be able to stream in 4K. So that's something that we're going to revisit when we do relaunch the Twitch channel because I've been, brewing the, hey, Zaddy's cooking, and I've been brewing the pot, getting ready to relaunch and reboot the Twitch. So, um, 4K gaming is on the list there. And again, if you want to say game at 4K, then yes, you would want to opt in for a higher RAM amount. 16 will not be enough. 32 gigabytes is a good ceiling to be at. It's a good ceiling for a system of this caliber, for the system that we configured here. And that's to create high-end content or to play high-end games. This is to enable you to, if you have the option, you can stream in say 1080p high settings. If you have the hardware and the internet bandwidth to back up the stream and the stream quality. If not, you may need to lower your stream and stream at 720p high settings. Excuse me, I do apologize about that. And that could be just as good as an experience for your audience. Most people, you got to take into consideration your audience, your viewers on the other end. Will they have the internet bandwidth to say enjoy your stream in 1080p high fidelity? Or maybe 720p will provide a smoother visual experience. Remember, even if you're a streamer, your audience is there for you and then the game. So make sure that the stream there's a certain level of quality presented on the stream that makes it a positive viewing experience for your audience. That is now to answer Krypton 60 Hertz's question. 16 gigabytes could be enough depending on your situation, but to go with a higher ceiling and to allocate, say, another $115 on top of your budget, because a decent 32 gigabytes of DDR4, dual kit, say a dual kit memory, a dual channel kit of DDR4 would likely run you to about $200 to $209 for even a similar kit that we picked out here for this build, which we went with the Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro 16 gigabytes. But if you wanted to go, say, with a 32 gigabyte kit, then you certainly could, but you would just say have to up your budget amount to compensate for that. XLR Gaming says, what's Twitch bitrate limits? I'm not sure off the top of my head. I do have a cheat sheet scorecard somewhere, Cliff, that helped me with that same question when I had actually a little bit of lab history. The first live stream was actually ever on Twitch. I didn't go live over here on Twitter or over here on YouTube before I went live over on Twitch, and I'm not quite sure, but it varies on your resolution that you will game at, say even if it's 480p or 720p. But I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure, Cliff. I do apologize about that though. But yeah, 16 gigabytes could serve you well. As you can see here, Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro 32 gigabyte kit of 3200 megahertz RAM is going to run you about $217. So if you look at the example we had here, this 16 gigabyte 3600 megahertz kit is going to run you $108. This is all in USD too. I apologize if I did not provide that disclaimer. But going with 32 gigabyte will run you just a little bit more to your budget. And you just have to say, hey, where can I shave off money to compensate for that, or try to get that lower to where it doesn't prevent me from finishing my build, but I can still have this at the initial investment cost. Krypton 60 Hertz says, is it worth not getting dual channel? Dual rank is different than dual channel. So Cliff has a point, and you're going to get better communication between your CPU and RAM, but this could very much depend on the memory itself, right? The memory type itself and the motherboard. Very important. Those two things are going to play the biggest factor. Now, I would always opt in for 2x, right, for 2 sticks, because it just, not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but you're going to again get less stuttering in your games, less frame rate drops, as the communication between your CPU and your RAM isn't limited to just, say, one single stick, right? It's able to divide the load. You want it to operate as efficient as possible. This is where you're going to eliminate any stuttering in your games. Hope that answered your question, Krypton 60 Hertz. My apologies if it don't, but we're actually going to jump back into the RAM conversation here as we round out and jump over into our next component block here, as we run through the components we have picked out thus far, which again is our Intel Core i7-10700K, Cooler Master Master Liquid ML120L RGB V2, MSI MPG Z490 Gaming Plus ATX motherboard. This again is going to allow us to say upgrade to a 10900K or a 11900K or 11700K. Corsair, our memory kit, again, we're going with 2 sticks of DDR4 3600 megahertz Corsair Vengeance. I just butchered that all the way through and through. Cache latency 18 is a little high. You could opt out, say, for CL16 3200 megahertz is about a better place to be in here. Also, you could save a little bit of money too. But again, we're opting in for 16 as opposed to 32. And normally, you know, again, 60 Krypton 60 hertz for our motherboard, we going with a dual channel memory configuration is better suited for our motherboard because we have the DIMM slots to accommodate up to 4. If you were on a smaller form factor motherboard, say we're like a mini ITX or micro ITX motherboard and only had 2 DIMM slots, then maybe you wouldn't want to consider going with, say, a single rank 16 gigabyte stick of RAM, or even a single 32 gigabyte stick of RAM if space was an issue and you couldn't, say, go with a full size motherboard to accommodate all 4 DIMMs. But when you fill out all of your DIMMs, you're going to get a slight reduction in memory speed. Just something else to take into consideration. And then for our storage, we went with the Western Digital Blue 1 terabyte M.2 for our games and our ROS. Now, those are the core of those components. We are at a budget, I believe it was $900. Now, jumping into the next block of our core components, and that's finding the right case and the part that everybody's here for, the discussion of the graphics card, right? But finding the right case and a graphics card. Now, let's switch back over here because, you know, it can be finding, and I say finding the right case because this can be subjective here. And of course, you could save money by opting in for, say, a different variant or maybe a different type of case at a lower cost option. Just make sure your parts are compatible with whatever case you go with. It's good, again, to use PC Part Picker as a tool, as it will automatically filter cases that are compatible with your motherboard, with your power supply unit, and will also warn you if there's not enough space for your graphics card. Say if it's a micro ITX case or a mini ITX case, and you're going with a beefier GPU, PC Part Picker will let you know that there could be an issue with space. So finding the right case can be subjective, but we're going to start with a budget of at least $80 and below to start with our case. And this is a case that you guys and gals have heard me talk about a lot, so you know what that means. Let's switch back over here. It's a case you heard me talking about a lot, and we talked about it when we did the dedicated video on cases. If you haven't seen that video, again, you can head over to the most recent playlist, our live stream most recent playlist after this one if you want more inside the lab, which is great. It helps, again, with the content. It helps get it out in front of more people, helps the channel grow, etc., etc. But I went with the Corsair 4000D for this example because I really think it complements the rest of our core components, gives us that nice tinted window for us to see inside of our components, that nice modern flat mesh front here in the front. Don't worry about airflow, won't be as big as a problem because you have the 2 grooves here on the side, right? And plus we're not going with, say, higher end parts, which you'll see once we jump over into the graphics card segment. And we did opt for an AIO, so a lot of the hot air is going to be transferred out and of the rear of the case right up here. But this also will give us space to either say, well, I want to upgrade to a 240 millimeter AIO. As you can see here, the recommendation with a 280 millimeter is to go with low profile memory. Low profile memory is sort of like the Corsair LPX series. You can get low profile memory, something akin to that. The quality memory, especially at the low profile variant, but it also has upgradability for a larger AIO, or if you wanted to add more fans to say bring in more cooler air or to exhaust hotter air that your graphics card is going to produce, you can always add two more fans here at the top. This case is coming in at $75 over, or 70, a little over $75 over on Amazon. Again, perfect 5-star rating, which again, it's crazy. It's spacious, it's affordable, looks easy to build in. It brings this premium look and aesthetic to your system. I'm a really big fan of this case here, so you might see me doing a video in it. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe a case, maybe the first case review is coming up, but I'm not going to say too much about that. So let's jump back over to PC Part Picker. Now let's jump over and add our case. Now we said $75, and as you can see here, not reflective with what's Amazon showing us. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to we're going to pick a case over here on PC Part Picker that's more closer to the Corsair 4000D's price. Now again, you could say, hey, you know what, Lab, I do like this case. That case is actually pretty fly. I like the tinted window on the side. I like how I can, look inside my components. I can see my RGB. It's simple. Or you could say, you know what, I'm going to take that $80 and say, well, that's a good price point. I like to be in that range for a case. Or you can even opt out lower. It's here where you could, flex your budget a little bit and compromise on aesthetics to put the money to get get you under the budget. If you say if you put money, higher portion of your budget to say more memory, or you put in a little bit higher, more of your budget on your graphics card, which we're going to get to there in a second. We'll get to that in a second. So we're going to stick with an under $80 budget, and let's go with the Corsair 275R, right? So it's an ATX mid-size tower, okay, just like the Corsair 4000D. Has a like serrated kind of front here where you can better, for I guess improved airflow, I guess you could say. Has a lot of space and a decent size. So not a bad case. And again, you have options here in the front to add more fans, because again, you are taking up the rear fan station here with the 120 millimeter AIO that we went with to cool our CPU. So this case will afford you, will afford you a flexible upgrade path. So we're going to add that for this build, right? Because again, we wanted to stay at about $79. You could, you could opt in for the NZXT H510, another affordable case that's even lower than this, than this $80 price point. If you wanted to save even more money to get you under that $1,600 price point, because as you can see here, we have just about all of our core components, right? We have our CPU, we have our cooler, we have our motherboard, we have our RAM, we have our storage drive, we have our case, and we have our power supply unit, and we haven't even cracked over 1,000 USD yet. Excuse me. Krypton 60 Hertz says, I'm a guess you'll get a RX 5600 XT. Not a bad graphics card choice. Maybe not as fast for, say, this CPU, but not a bad graphics card choice at all. But not necessarily, because those graphics cards, and you'll see here in a second, we'll pull it up here as an example. The 5600 XT is going over $700 last time I checked. So that's a bit unfortunate. So that's going to put us outside of, our $1,600 price point. Now, other ways you can shave off this number here, because our final component is the video card, is our graphics card, and of course Windows, right? That would be everything to complete this build. You have everything you need. Maybe throw in some aftermarket thermal paste to then not use the stock thermal paste that comes on the Master Liquid ML120L. If it's something you're not interested in, you really don't care, of course it's not necessary, but it will maybe improve the heat dissipation slightly better by going with an aftermarket solution, an aftermarket thermal paste solution, and not opting into using the stock thermal paste solution. But we have all of our core components: our CPU, our AIO, our cooler, our motherboard, our RAM. Only thing we need is Windows and a video card. Now, quick shameless plug, I do want to add you, if you are in this point, at this point of your system, say, and for our replay viewers here, this is applicable to you as well. If you are at this point in your journey and say you need Windows, You don't have to necessarily pay the full license price, the $100 plus license price to get a legit Windows 10 key. You can head over to the video on my channel, right, on how to activate Windows 10, and I show you how to get a Windows 10 key for under $20. That's completely 100% legit. They are sponsors of the channel, or at least they sponsored that video, and those links they are tracking. So if you need a Windows 10 link, refer to that video. And also, if you need to know how to even activate Windows, I do kind of quickly show you in that video, but in an upcoming video I'm going to walk you through the process a little bit more detailed. So all we need for this configuration is Windows, which is about a $15 to $20 investment to get just the Windows 10 key. You will need, say, the USB with the Windows 10 installation tool already installed on it. You will need that as well as the Windows 10 key. But all we need is a Windows 10 key in our video card. So if we jump back here to our part list, right? We're at $975. So just about $24 under a grand. So we have about $600 to work with to add our video card. Now, we're not going to choose our video card from PC Part Picker, as they will obviously reflect either, inflated prices like this here, or prices that the graphics cards aren't available at. But most of the time, as you can see here, it's just all inflated prices. Instead, what we're going to do is head way back in time. Now I was getting ready to sing an old school song, but we're going to head back here, and we're going to jump over to the largest marketplace that's widely accessible to a lot of you who are here watching on the live stream, that you're here now, or for those of you who are watching on the replay. We're going to head over to the largest. I mean, you can go from, say, OfferUp, depending on where you are in the world, right? And especially here in the States, you can maybe try OfferUp as a solution. But first and foremost, if you want to hit the secondhand market, if you want to hit the used market, where you can also find not just used graphics cards, but also new graphics cards and just new components altogether, to where you're doing what we call around here blending that used price to performance by going with new components, but say maybe a secondhand graphics card, maybe like a used graphics card. Or a lot here lately, I've been seeing a lot of cards over on the eBay that are selling for, more than they should, and they're still very much new cards. They're not used cards. It's not all used cards. So we're not going to destroy our list, and when we do find a graphics card of choice, we'll just jump back over here, search it, and manually add the price. That's something you can do too. Say if you are configuring a used system and you want to keep track of how much. Let's do it here. Let's say we're going to add a 3080. There's no price. But if you're configuring your system and maybe you bought some parts used and you bought some new, you can always go up here and say enter a manual price of what that graphics card should cost and save it to there. And even then, if you could find that graphics card, it would still put you over, closer to a $2,000 system. But so, and that's just saying if you bought some of your other parts used and you want to just keep a total track of how much that system cost you, because you can also save this list, you can just manually enter the prices. So we're going to actually remove that because we're not going to seek an RTX 3080. Obviously we can't, but let's head over to the eBay. As I see Cliff said GT 710 for the win, baby. I know, and it's like the only graphics card that's avowedly available, and it's just like, man, oh man, good old GT 710. But so we're over here on eBay, and with your graphics card, right? So there's your graphics card, the almighty GPU, the supreme component amongst essentials. That's how I refer to the graphics card, right? It's the supreme component among essentials, right? Or God amongst men. It's the reason why the conversation of graphics cards not be available is so fluid amongst the community or amongst the industry, and that's because it's the component everybody's looking for. Yeah, you want to know, hey, is 16 gigabytes of RAM enough? Should I go 2 sticks? Should I go 1? Should I, get an 8-core CPU? Should I get a 6-core CPU? What are my options? How much VRAM should I get for my graphics card? Look, your graphics card is the supreme component amongst all essential components, okay? New or used, you're going to have to get lucky in the stores or online which you're more likely to have more luck in the stores, or just get straight into it and hit the largest secondhand market, that is eBay. Now, to build a gaming PC with a dedicated graphics card, you're going to need a starting budget of at least $400 to $600 here in 2021. Okay, this is the reason why this part configure list could be slightly higher than what it should be, and that's simply because I'm trying to show you how to. Oh, we just lost our light. It's all good. But I'm trying to show you on what it takes to get into PC gaming with a system that's going to be able to accomplish those, those needs. That's streaming, that's gaming. So here in 2021, to accomplish that with a system of this caliber, you're going to need a budget of at least $400 to $600. Okay, so when you are streaming, just an important note, and I do plan on, dropping a video similar onto this topic. Look at that, man! Oh man, look at that! Yikes! RTX 3020. Let me just leave that there. But your CPU is in charge of encoding the stream and sending it to the platform, and your GPU is in charge of rendering the game you are playing. Therefore, between the two parts, there isn't one that's say more important than the other. They both play an important role in what it is you're trying to achieve in terms of building a solid and strong streaming brand or start launching your content creation workflow. Now, something we talked about in a few other live streams, which again, if you're new to the channel and say this is your first live stream you had the pleasure of joining us with, or you're here on the replay and this is your first live stream you had the pleasure of joining us, I highly recommend you jump down in the description box below, or you head over to the playlist with our replays from our previous live streams and check out that conversation as well. Because before you consider, buying your graphics card, consider the game or games you want to play, and the games you want, or the games you want to stream, most importantly, and the settings and the platform you want to stream to. We talked about that with Krypton 60 Hertz's question, right? Where I talked about it's not just one component that's going to play a factor in building a healthy stream. There's going to be a multitude of factors where each component needs to be optimized in a way that's built for what it is you're trying to do. If that's streaming and coding, then you want a CPU that is strong enough and fast enough to maintain and encode the stream while sending it to the streaming platform. And if you're streaming games, then you want to make sure you have a GPU that's fast enough to even just render the game you are playing. That's say to drive enough FPS to power a 144 hertz monitor, right? If you're streaming at 720p, then on 144, even on a 1080p 144 hertz monitor, you're likely going to be able to exceed that, and the experience is going to be so smooth and probably barely noticeable between 720p and 1080p. But just a quick FYI, I stream the live streams here, and even our pop-up live streams, they're all 1080p 60 hertz. Cliff says, in other words, need NVIDIA for the encoder. Yeah, so it's good to go with the second or third generation NVIDIA encoder. If you want to use NVIDIA's encoder versus the CPU, it is a well-robust encoder. But, Cliff, from the different conversations I've had, it seems the community is split between wanting to encode and render on the graphics card. If it's not a beefy NVIDIA graphics card, then it's who share the load between your CPU and your graphics card, because at the end of the day, the graphics card has to render the frames. It has to still drive the game. And so if you don't have a beefy graphics card and you want to reserve some of those resources, then it could benefit you to put off some of that streaming load onto the CPU. But I totally agree. If it was for streaming, I mean, our example here will be NVIDIA, but given the sensitivity of the graphics card situation, I still will recommend some AMD cards should one deem themselves favor one manufacturer over the other. Krypton says, do you think GPU prices will drop? If yes, when? So let me switch back here really fast. Great question, Krypton 60 Hertz. It's something I talked about in the most recent video we published, which I believe was Wednesday night. It was like a surprise primer reaction vlog to NVIDIA's announcement of the 3080 Ti and the 3070 Ti. I kind of made a subtle prediction there, and it's something I've made a prediction, I believe, on last week's live stream. But I do think the GPU prices will drop. In fact, me and Cliff, we were having this conversation on Twitter, which, hey, if you're not following me on Twitter, you should be following me on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, we should be following each other, because I follow LabFan back. Don't leave now. Excuse me, but don't leave now. I do apologize about that. Don't leave now, but you can follow me over on Twitter at Inside the Lab YT. My Twitter handle name is down in the description box below. There are no links, as I do try to keep the description box focused on keeping you, the viewer, on the platform. But my name, Inside the Lab YT, isn't down in the description box. Is down in the description box below. Follow me there, and Instagram. The name is the same. But we were talking about this over on Twitter, and I do believe that the GPU prices will fall. I do believe that they will fall faster than they rose. Now, when will that be? That depends on the one factor that's out of all of our control, and that's the pace to which these economies and markets open back up, especially over in the semiconductor industry, because they too have had their supply chains hampered by world, economies closing down and what have you, and the U.S. economy closing down, which is one of the largest economies on the planet. So you have to take into consideration that they will play a large role in how fast stock will improve. It starts with them. On top of that, it doesn't help with Nvidia introducing new silicon on top of graphics cards, or silicone being harder to manufacture already. But to answer your question directly, I do think they'll drop. My best predicament, and we did a community tab poll on this as well. But personally, I predict them to drop somewhere around March of 2022, somewhere along the third or fourth quarter, for these manufacturers, and for, say, the semiconductor foundries to get the ball rolling. I don't see them dropping, and by prices dropping, I mean prices will drop as supply is improved. As supply is improved, then demand will drop. When demand drops, so will the prices. That's the process, fam. It won't happen any other way, in my honest opinion. Supply has to improve, demand will have to drop, and then the prices will drop. We'll either see a lot of graphics cards at a low price, or new graphics cards at MSRP-ish prices, because even newer retailers had to up their MSRP prices, because one, they are competing with the scalpers, and two, they are also being affected by tariffs and tax increases on imports, because all of these, silicone is manufactured outside of the U.S. and what have you. So so to increase their bottom line, or to protect their bottom line, they too have to increase, especially the add-in board partners. They have to especially increase the cost of their graphics cards at MSRP to reflect those changes, or to recoup some of those losses that's out of even their control, as they can't control the policymakers that write these laws that unfortunately affect consumers. It's it's a necessary evil in life, and just dealing with the consumer market. But it's unfortunate that we, the consumers, have to pay for that, when really it just trickles on down from the governments down to, say, the manufacturers, and then from there, from the manufacturers, it trickles right on down to us, the consumers. We always pay for it in the long run. So I have a really interesting video I'm going to shoot. We're going to record it at the end of today's live stream. Another reason why today's live stream won't be as long as they typically are, but I am recording a video on this topic. So I tell you what, especially Krypton 60 Hertz, if you're not subscribed yet, first and foremost, if you haven't yet, like the stream if you have it, and yeah, subscribe if you haven't yet, to catch videos like the one I just described, where it's a really solid piece, man. I'm really excited about it. Krypton 60 Hertz says, is it worth it if I sell my GPU in the next 3 to 4 months? Get a low-end one, and once prices drop, get a good and better one. No, I wouldn't recommend that at all. And I tell you what, Krypton, I don't even know what your graphics card is, but all of them to some degree hold some level of value now, because they're all selling on average for about 30 to 40% more. So it doesn't matter if you got a 970, if you got a 980, if you got a 980 Ti, if you got an RX 570, if you got a GTX 1070, if you got a GTX 1080, chances are it's worth way more than what you should probably even sell it for. Now, I'm not here to tell you what to do with your hardware or what to do with your money. I'm just here to make recommendations and suggestions that can help you save time and money on both. But I will say, it's not good to take advantage of the situation, because even if you sell your graphics card for a decent or respectable price, all you're likely doing is selling it to another seller or buyer who's just going to resell it at an even higher price, unless you can confirm with the buyer that they are in need of a graphics card, which is an awesome, which would help them and they would be highly appreciative of that, I imagine. But that could depend on your graphics card. Is it a rare graphics card? Is it something that's hard to find? How much value is associated with it? Now, I would recommend that you hold on to it, because what if stock doesn't materialize or come into fruition 3 to 4 months, right? Like you said, if I sell my graphics card in the next 3 to 4 months, get a low end one, chances are you won't be able to make that move, as even a low end graphics card probably will cost you more than what you're selling your graphics card for. And that's the problem with the value proposition in graphics cards right now. A 1060 is going to cost you with what a not a 1060, I'm sorry. Like, say a 2080 is going to cost you with it what a six with a what RTX 3080 is going to cost you, right? When it's significantly slower. So it's like, if you could sell your graphics card, you're not really making any money by doing it that way. And you wouldn't want to say want to like downgrade to a slower graphics card, as in, that would hamper your experience. It's just better to hold on to what you got, unless you can afford to upgrade to something faster. Now, you could sell your graphics card to, say, add to the upgrade costs. That's one thing you could do. You could say sell your graphics card, turn a decent penny for it, right? And put that money towards, say, upgrading to a faster graphics card. That's one option you can maybe assess, Krypton, in the next 3 to 4 months. Okay, that is what I would recommend you do. And I see you say you liked and sub. Definitely appreciate it. I like and appreciate all you friends and fam who join our weekly Inside the Lab Q&A. Let's see, we had a few more people jump in and jump out. But Krypton says, yeah, just call me Krypton. It feels weird being called Krypton 60 Hertz. Not that I'm offended. Totally understandable. I normally like to greet people by their first and full, but I'm all open for corrections and all of that good stuff. As we know, XLR Gaming is Cliff, because XLR Gaming is a mouthful to say, but I do want everybody to know that we are talking about my guy Cliff there, XLR Gaming. And anybody else, if you got surnames or nicknames you want me to refer to you as, do feel free to drop them in the chat. Lab is all ears. You guys and gals can call me Lab on the socials and the Discord, here on the chat. Once we launch our channel membership programming and we're able to do live stream panels and we're all talking to each other, it will be limited maybe to like 10 slots at a certain price tier, but I'm dropping future channel membership benefits there. But yeah, it's all good. That's something I do look forward to. I do look forward to being able to talk face to face and sharing voice content with you all here who would agree to opt in for that price tier. So, but again, your boy Lab is on a full-time journey, so I do have to make sure I'm able to continue to, pay the bills. And the more time I could dedicate to creating content, the better the content, the more informative, the more educational, and the more helpful the content will be. Whereas I can dedicate more time. But understand 100% Krypton. Yep, and XR Gaming says 10-4. We got you. Krypton, do make sure you sign up for our email list so we can get you over in the Discord. Krypton, we want to get you over in the Discord, so do be sure to sign up for our email list, okay? And I will send you. I was going to send it out last week, but we didn't get a lot of we didn't get a lot of new subscribers, so I didn't send the list out. I didn't want to resend it to current subscribers and aggravate you all to click that unsubscribe button down below. Never want you to do that. I don't want you to unsubscribe at any time. As Krypton says, I've actually been subbed for like over a year, but I haven't watched you much. All right, well, I tell you what, you got a lot of content to catch up with, Krypton 60 Hertz. At the end of this live show, you definitely going to want more Inside the Lab. We've had a lot of helpful and just strong instructional content that's entertaining around this niche. You're definitely going to want to jump down there and check out the most recent playlist. Link either in the description box below or over on the home page on the channel. A lot of helpful links will be in the description, like the Amazon links to all of the products that we discuss throughout this live show, and we will discuss throughout the live show with the graphics cards notwithstanding, with those not being included. Although I am also an eBay affiliate as well. I normally don't share affiliate links unless it's for a product, say a graphics card that I'm reviewing that I picked up on the used market, right? So if I pick up a graphics card on the used market and it say could be available to you, I will then say provide an eBay link just in case you could find that graphics card for close to what I paid for it. But Krypton, yeah, there's a lot of helpful content you got to get caught up on. A lot of binge-worthy content, excuse me, that I do hope you find entertaining. But back on the subject of graphics cards, we're talking about in terms of streaming and how your CPUs are also important. I mean, you can, encode your video using your graphics card too, and to speed up the process of encoding video. But your CPU is in charge of encoding the stream. If you're not using NVIDIA's NVENC encoder, and your graphics card is rendering the game, this is a healthy balance to be. If you say don't have a high-end graphics card like a RTX 3080 and up, or maybe even say a 1080 Ti and up, which the 1080 Ti I wish was at a more affordable price, because I really think with its VRAM buffer, with its 10 gigabytes of VRAM or 11 gigabytes of VRAM, it's a solid option for high refresh rate, high setting gaming, even at 1440p. But again, before you buy your graphics card, consider the games you want to play, right? Consider the games you want to play, your stream settings, and the platform you want to stream to, coupled with your internet connection. Krypton says, okay, sorry, gotta go. It's like 3 a.m. here. Great stream. Keep it up, and I'll be sure to catch up. Oh, wow. Krypton, really fast before you go, tell us where you're watching from. Krypton, tell us where you're watching from. I love interacting with our foreign friends and fam. I love my states brothers and sisters, obviously, right? Like, I love you guys, but I love interacting with friends and fam all over the globe. Like, we have Tricion, who's from the Netherlands, Han Slomo, who's over in China. And I do apologize if I forgot to mention some of our regulars, of some of your localities. I may have forgotten, but Krypton might have went ahead and already dipped out. But nonetheless, that's always good to see viewers all over the globe, right? Being international, that's what it's all about. Welcoming, audiences and viewers from all over the globe, all over the world. Krypton says Pakistan, awesome. Awesome. Over there in Europe. Nice. Good stuff. Central Europe. Nice. Well, welcome, Krypton, and I do over the Middle East, and I do hope you come back for more content, brother. It's good to see you. All right. So on the subject of graphics cards, so we were on the subject of graphics cards. Also want to point out, to avoid any potential bottlenecks, like say pairing a modern CPU like any Ryzen 2 Series X and up, or 7th generation Intel and up, say like the 7700K or an 8700K or a 9600K, right? With a modern GPU, it's best to try, and over on this segment or this particular part of the market, it's good to start with a 900 series to 10 series to even 16 series on the NVIDIA end, and at least an RX 570 or RX 580 over on AMD's end. Going with any other graphics card in a higher performance category is going to further exceed that $400 to $600 price point that I personally think is a good price point for you to be here in 2021. It doesn't cost more than, does that mean graphics cards cost more than what they normally should? Yeah. Is there any way to get around it? Yeah. Don't build a PC. But that's not what we're here. That's not what we're about here, friends and fam. We're all about you achieving your goals, building your system, right? And in this case, that could be wanting to build a system, right, that's good for both streaming and gaming. So you're going to want to make sure you have a decent graphics card to, yes, keep up with your CPU, right? Very important, since you're going with a modern CPU, like in our case was a 10700K. Right, if we jump back over to our list really fast, if you're just now joining us, we've parted out the core of our system, and to fit the theme of a $1,600 system for streaming and gaming, we were at a total price thus far of $975 with an Intel Core i7-10700K. That's an 8-core 16-thread CPU, Cooler Master Master Liquid ML120 for our cooling solution, an MSI MPG Z490 Gaming Plus enthusiast bred motherboard, and 16 gigabytes of Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro DDR4 3600 megahertz, and a 1 terabyte Western Digital Blue NVMe M.2 SSD or an M.2 SSD, a Corsair 275R Airflow ATX mid-size tower case. Again, this could be totally subjective here. You don't have to go with this case. I'm recommending you to be at a budget less than this price point here, and maybe even lower depending on your personality and what resonates you or what resonates with you in terms of the full complexity of your setup. And then for our power supply unit, remember how I said the power supply is the true heart of your system, because this is what drives, this is what powers the life source of your system, that being electricity. We went with a 750 watt 80 plus gold certified fully modular power supply for both a clean and non-cluttered look inside the internals of our case, and also the benefit of adding custom cables down the road with an aesthetic upgrade like custom cables. I had mentioned that you can download, you can not download, you can download Windows. Can you imagine recommending somebody download Windows? But you can get a legit copy of Windows 10 for your operating system using the video on my channel that's going to show you how to get a Windows 10 key for under $20. And of course, that leaves us with about a $900, you could say $1,000 if you add on the $20 rebate. This leaves us with a price point of $600 for a graphics card. Cliff says, could my Celeron bottleneck the Beast GT 710? Probably. I know there's a little sarcasm there, Cliff, but I would imagine it probably would. Like, man, maybe because you would have to like lower the resolution to the point to where the CPU would become the bottleneck. Man. But that's like a Roblox. Man, I got to stop using Roblox as an example. I never say it right. That's like a Roblox. Is it Roblox or Roblox? Where are my kids at? I need them to correct me somewhere. They ain't check into this live stream, so thank goodness. But that's like a Minecraft centric Roblox like configuration there. I mean, next to which you have 8 gigabytes of DDR4 too, you know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the more you lower your resolution in your settings, then the more the load is being pushed onto the CPU, and your CPU is going to be like, hey, wait a minute, this graphics card is nowhere near fast enough to keep up. What in the John Brown microphone is going on here? But all good stuff. Hey, if one needed to go that low, then consider again your games you're going to play, your resolution you're going to play at, your refresh rate is what it is at that point. From Thunder, I see my son did check in. He says Thunder says it's Roblox, not Roblox. So I can't enunciate the O like a U. It's Roblox. All right. Well, that's like a Roblox centric machine. Thanks, LT Thunder. Shout out to Thunder for clarifying the ever popular Roblox. But all right, so this is our system. We have our memory. We have 16 gigabytes of DDR4 3600 megahertz, Western Digital 1 terabyte blue, M.2 SSD, ATX midsize tower case, Corsair variant, and a Corsair RM750 80 plus gold certified fully modular power supply. And again, that left us, sorry to be if I'm slightly repetitive, but I just want to make sure everybody understands where we're at in the build. That leaves us $1,000 out of our $600. Might as well say we have about $500 to $600 to work with to add our video card. So let's jump back over to eBay. And now again, I said you want to make sure, like we were talking about bottlenecks and how like Cliff made a statement about the Celeron bottlenecking the GT710, and that's how bottlenecks can be tricky, because if you want to say, it's good to have your GPU at the highest possible, like you want your GPU to be pegged at 99% at all times. You necessarily don't want your CPU pegged at like 99 to 100% at all times. You generally don't want that. It's the other way around. Regardless of the type of game you're playing, you generally want a good rule of thumb is you generally want high GPU utilization and mid to low CPU utilization. If your CPU can work a lot without working hard, that means your CPU is running efficiently. If your CPU needs to work harder, say at 100%, then something's not right. It's trying to keep up and catch up. It's trying to process the information so that the graphics card can render the frame. Because remember, your graphics card's sole function Excuse me, do apologize about that. But your graphics card's sole function is to render frames. Your CPU is going to process a whole lot of other different information, from simulation based features and technologies to AI algorithms and pathways, all of those different things, architecture, geography and topology. Your CPU has to render and process that information. Therefore, your graphics card can render a frame and load those textures and materials onto that asset. So your CPU still very much has to work. You just don't want your CPU to work for hard for over extended periods of time, and you definitely don't want your CPU working harder than your graphics card, right? Because you want your CPU to be able to send the information to your graphics card, so your graphics card can render the frame in very smooth succession to that order. So to avoid any possible bottlenecks that say having a fast CPU and a slow GPU, and you could even have a reverse bottleneck situation where you have a fast GPU and a slow CPU, very much could limit your frames. And really, bottlenecks aren't bad. Sorry about the popping if you heard a pop there. But bottlenecks aren't bad. It's just you're leaving performance on the table by having that mismatched components paired together. By you want a fast graphics card and a well balanced CPU, equally just as fast. So for our price category here that we're going with, say $500 to $600, right? That's what we're going to go with here on the used market. Now, over on Nvidia's side, here are the graphics cards that I would recommend, both new, if you're lucky, and used, because this is generally based off a lot of the research and my market finds, if you will, from doing some of my own market homework. But some of the graphics cards I recommend in this price category, and especially with an i7, rather that be a 7700K, an 8700K, a 9900K, or in this case a 10700K. Some of the graphics cards I'd recommend, and I'm gonna pull up some of those prices here in a second to show you how they could fall under that price category. Um, don't look at the cheat sheet, y'all. But a good price point to be in, or a good graphics cards to look into this category, would be the GTX 1070, right? So that's an 8 GB variant graphics card. GTX 1060 6 GB variant graphics card. A GTX 980 4 GB, 980 Ti, which is 6 GB, and a GTX 1660 Super if you're lucky. I have seen some for about $500 to $599. In some cases, you may need to jump on those price points and jump on them fast. Remember, I said in this market full of uncertainty, you want to jump on deals fast and first. Krypton says, I'm back. Man, Krypton, well, good morning to you. Good morning to your fam. It's good, Krypton. Welcome back. Either way, we were talking. You might have came back at a perfect point, as this kind of plays on to your question you had earlier. And I just gave my recommendations over on Team Red. So let's bring up the 1070, GTX 1070, 8 GB. This Asus ROG Strix, which, this was one of my favorite. I had a 1080 Ti variant. You might have seen some content on where I did the Xeon story video, which that's a solid video. Still, even to this day, I highly recommend you go buy. But you have this Gigabyte you have this Nvidia GeForce Gigabyte variant, right? $455. I said that completely backwards. Gigabyte Nvidia Gigabyte 1070 variant. There, jeez. Everything else is irrelevant. $455, right, for a GTX 1070. Very much capable 1080p card that's going to be able to tackle and run all of those games we just mentioned, like Warzone, like Fortnite. What was the other one we said? Minecraft. With Minecraft can run on a potato, but a 1070 is a good mid to high end tier graphics card to be at if you want to play some of these demanding games, which are demanding on your hardware, and especially if you want to stream. Now, you won't get the newer Nvidia encoder, right? So you would again want to take into consideration of possibly balancing the load for your streams. So let's scroll down here a little bit more. You have one here. You have a reference 1070 Ti, so it's slightly faster. So it's a slightly slower version of a GTX 1080. $365 with 2 days left on the bid. Or you have $500 for, or best offer, These all are slightly overpriced. I paid $250 for a GTX 1070 before the bubble burst and the graphics card prices skyrocketed. I paid $250 for a 1070. It breaks my heart to see these prices, but this is the necessary evil. This is what's necessary to build a gaming PC of this caliber with a dedicated video card that's balancing out and really focusing in on the rest of your components, because the graphics cards really aren't going anywhere. I mean, they're going other places like rather fast and being bought up quickly, but for the most part, they're not really going anywhere. Put more time, energy, thought, effort, budget, all of those things into some of your other core components, just like we did here throughout the duration of this live show, just like we did with our CPU. We took into consideration that we said, hey, maybe for the games I play, I don't need 8 cores, but I'm also going to be streaming and encoding. So, well, 8 cores could be important to my workflow. So I want to go with a high core count, high clock speed, energy efficient or or efficient CPU. So this is why we went with the 10700K. We also went with, let me just switch back here to show the reflection that, again, with $1,600 and with these parts we configured here today, a 750 watt power supply unit, a decent ATX mid-size tower case, 1 TB M.2, which again, if you were uncomfortable with installing an M.2, you can save maybe $20 more and go with a standard SSD and a complementary hard drive to add to your system, right? Or switch from 16 gigabytes of DDR4 to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 memory, with 16 being a good start for you to start streaming at, even if it's just 720p, 60 hertz. If you ever want to stream even on your current hardware and it's lacking, always try to lower your resolution and settings first to say balance the quality of your stream. But and another reason why we went with the Z490 motherboard is because it has future potential for upgrades down the road, say to a 10900K or the slightly faster 11700K or 11900K. Okay, and this is all accomplished. This can be accomplished on a budget for less than $1,000. This is a high-end machine. This is not like a budget-conscious machine. This is a machine. Excuse me. This is a machine with purpose. This is a machine destined for so much more than just one specific task, right? This is the machine that's an ideal configuration for you if you want to keep your initial investment costs low, but still have enough flexibility to upgrade down the road. Again, more memory, right? More memory up with another 16 gigabyte kit to up your count to 32. More storage, say another 1 TB SSD to have your workflow be, to have a drive dedicated to just say editing videos or just creating content, and having another drive separate for like your OS and your games. You could also add there. These two components you want to settle in and settle fast and settle early on, so you don't have to upgrade down the road. It's important to make sure you are accommodating the right power supply unit, going with one that's, say, fully modular, to where you could switch out the power pins. If you go with a 6-pin, a GPU that has a 6-pin cable requirement, let's say you upgrade your graphics card, and now that graphics card has an 8-pin requirement. Well, upgrading the cable is much easier than upgrading the entirety of the power supply unit. So all of these parts leaves us with a budget of about $500 to $600 on a graphics card that's going to allow you to build this system day one, should you order all these parts and then head over to eBay and find a graphics card that you're safe, that you're confident that you're buying a graphics card that works, or you're confident that you're buying a graphics card that isn't damaged or has any signs of leakage or crust or rust along the input output shield. So long as you're confident in that used component or new component, which we haven't really seen here yet. A lot of these are all pre-owned, but you will see with graphics cards like the 1660 Super, there are still some being sold new for under that $600 price point. But let's continue to take a look here at a few more GTX 1070s. As Cliff says, so next 2 gens, you will only need GPU upgrades. So you mean by like the next 2, or let me jump back up. I'm sorry, let me jump back up. Cliff initially said, thing is, will this PC core components be viable? another GPU generation or two? I think so. So next two gens, you will only need GPU upgrades. Yeah, absolutely. Cliff makes a valid point by pointing out that the core components of this system, say the Z490 chipset, being allowing you to upgrade to either a higher core count CPU. The 10900K is a great CPU. I still think it's a great gaming CPU. The 10900K, the 10 core 20 thread CPU with all cores up to 5.1 gigahertz or 5.2 gigahertz on a single core or 5.1 on a single core. The Z490 motherboard allows us to do that. Also allows us to upgrade to more RAM, more storage devices. So this platform, like Cliff is mentioning, at worst you would only need to upgrade your graphics card, and that's essentially the look the market should have, or we should have, and what we should be recommending to new users or enthusiasts who are looking to make that leap over to PC gaming, is that to point out that at most plan your system to where at best the only really component or components you need to upgrade is the graphics card in between generations. Solidify your CPU and your motherboard chipset. Make sure you have a higher watt, higher rated power supply unit that's fully modular and has a really good warranty should anything go wrong. And then of course, your case allowing you the luxury of adding said components to where in our configuration here, we went with a single 120 liter RGB V2 AIO. But if you say wanted to upgrade to, maybe you gain interest in overclocking. Maybe you watch that future Inside the Lab overclocking masterclass that I'm not saying is going to come out next year, but let's say you've shown interest in overclocking, or you want to overclock your CPU and you want to upgrade your your AIO. Make sure your case will allow you to do that. So this base system here checks off all of those balances, fam. To at best or at most, you'd want to upgrade your graphics card from any of the options we go with here today. For example, we were in that $500 to $600 price range. So we're only looking at graphics cards in that $500 to $600 price range. The first graphics card I recommended in this price point, or at that price range, is the GTX 1070, the 8GB variant. As you can see here, they're topping out at about $524, so still well under our limit. $455 for a Zotac GeForce GTX 1070. It's good. You can sometimes save even more by hovering around a bid. It's called bid sniping. I hate when other people do it to me. You guys know I don't use that word hate often here on the channel, like at all. And if you knew me like IRL, I don't use it still even then. But I totally can't stand when it happens to me, but it's good to maybe even hover around the back end of a bid to see where it's at and be like, you know what, the bid's at like 390 with 10 hours left. I have 400 or 450. I won't bid any further. So when you're bidding, it's good to say take your budget. In this case, that's $500 to $600. Let's keep it simple. Just say up to $600 in our case. It's good to say, well, I know I have at the end of the day at least a budget of up to $600 that I have to spend on a graphics card. So if I hover around a bid and it's closer to the bid ending, then you may be able to not spend that much money. And then you could say you won this graphics card at 425, right? Let's say you won this graphics card at 425. Should be fast enough to keep up with the 10700K, especially if you're gaming and streaming. Of course, that could depend on your settings, and in that case, I always recommend try to push your settings over to your graphics card as much as possible. That's upping your materials, your textures, your environments, your foliage, not your foliage because that's processed by your CPU as well, but upping the graphics settings, that's going to push your graphics card a little lower to push that load over to your graphics card. But at $600, you could either be looking at a GTX 1070, right, or a 1070 Ti as like a ceiling, because most of these graphics cards that I'm going to walk you through here, if you can get lucky and pick up a 1660 Super, really you won't be able to go past a GTX 1070 Ti in this price category, and say no higher than an RX 580 8GB variant over on AMD's Radeon division, and no lower than say an RX 570, especially for this configuration. An RX 570 with a 10700K, depending on the game, you could see a slight bottleneck there to where your GPU maybe not be pushed as hard, but it won't be a complete immersion breaking experience. But I would opt against an RX 570 only if you say we're going with a Ryzen 5 or an i5 10 or 9 ninth generation or 10th generation Intel based CPU, not necessarily an i7. Cliff says, I know I'm weird. I have a soft spot for Vega cards. I have a soft spot for Vega cards too. Um, I followed the whole Vega conundrum before I wanted to create content, and I just remember the hype following it. And I remember I liked the logo, I liked the branding, I liked AMD, and I was rooting for them. I mean, I was using an NVIDIA card at the time because that is just what was the better offering. And then, Vega 56 64 came around, but then most importantly, we got the Radeon 7, and that just really said, whoa. And in those graphics cards, you mean right now you just wouldn't want to touch. And I brought up the RX Vega 56 and 64 prices on a previous live stream, and they're just so far out of this price range. It really, really is value breaking. And even at this price point, the only true value that these graphics cards hold is that they are available. Oh, Cliff says, ever since I scored my Aries Strix Vega 56 for $120. That was a steal and a great card. I ran that card like a dog and it kept on kicking. Yeah, that's a heck of a steal for a Vega 56. Was that for the reference variant? I imagine that was for the reference edition, but even still, that's a heck of a deal for a Vega 56. That I'll bring up Vega 56 prices here just to add a little bit of salt to the wound. But just for laughs and giggles, let's see what a Vega 56 reference model will cost you. And again, $725. No way. And HE to the double would I recommend a Vega 56 for at $725. No. 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 And look at that. They're all going for about 700. So that's insane. I wonder if that's more so because I mean, don't quote me on this. It's not my wheelhouse, but I wonder if it has something to do with the hash rates on mining that makes that graphics card that valuable. But for a more modest approach and to not, put ourselves in a category that really further dramatically puts you out of that price category. Again, we're going to stick to that up to $600 ceiling. We'll walk through a few GTX 1070 and 1070 Ti's. Price points you can see here. The most going for the highest we saw was what, $599 here, $500, $489. So it's there. That's obviously it's higher than what this graphics card should cost, but the value here is that they're available. First and foremost, they are available. As you can see, in a GTX 1070, to put it in perspective, the GTX 1070 performs slightly faster or on par with, say, a Vega 56. And Vega 56 is slightly slower, faster than a GTX 1080, but I believe the 1070 Ti, NVIDIA dropped the 1070 Ti to compete with the Vega 64 at the time. So just to put it in perspective, it's like, would you pay $450 for one like here, like this EVGA GTX 1070 Ti? But like, would you pay? Whoa, what just happened? It's not. Oh, because it's at a bid price. Okay. But it's a buy it now price of $450. So you could just jump in it right now and say, hey, look, I got under, and this could save you money to say add. Let's say if you wanted that GTX 1070. And you wanted to save that, you would save $150. You could put that towards adding that 32, adding or switching out your RAM kit and going with a 32 gigabyte kit if you wanted to. So we're well under our $600 price limit and some with a GTX 1070. Another graphics card you could be in for this CPU would be a GTX 1066 gigabyte. But again, I highly caution you with that graphics card in an i7. Again, 60 series graphics cards more akin to like your i5s, and in modern terms with the Ryzen architecture like your Ryzen 5 and lower, right? But a GTX 1060 will net you, let's say, not an 8 gigabyte, and I would opt in over the 6 gigabyte versus the 3 gigabyte. But again, so we're at $349 for what looks like an OEM graphics card, or no, that's the EVGA. Okay. So it's an add-in board partner, but here we go, $379. So even if you wanted to say, well, I wanted to lower that down, and I want still very much a capable graphics card, and I do have a video coming up on this graphics card, on the GTX 1060. It's coming up, fam, friends and fam. It's coming up. If you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the Vibe, subscribe so you can catch that video. But you're looking at sub $400 for a GTX 1060. So you can further manipulate your budget even more, right, without further compromising your performance or the performance metrics you want to hit, because you're essentially only stepping down one GPU class, or say from a i7 10700K, which has 8 cores, to say a 10600K, which has 6 cores and 12 threads. So you're just stepping down from a CPU that has two less threads and two less cores and 4 lower threads. So we have a mini. Here goes one for. Here's an EVGA GTX 1060, a low profile variant that's good for smaller form factor systems. And I also want to note that what makes these graphics cards good options for your system, for this system, as a machine that's destined for content creation and for streaming and for gaming and just encoding video and working with, doing photo manipulation and graphic manipulation. Having multi monitors or more than one monitor will really help you maintain your flow, maintain your maintain the setup and how you present your content, and even how you say edit your content post live or post recording. So going with any of these modern graphics cards I went over and recommended, and over in the NVIDIA class, say the 1070, the 1060, just for starters, all have at least display ports, HDMI ports. At least they have more than one port that you can use to where you can hook up more than one monitor, and that will greatly help you improve or increase your workflow. And let me switch here because I see we just had a few new people join in for our live show, and I just want to welcome you to the Inside the Lab weekly live show, where we were configuring a $1,600 gaming PC for gaming and both streaming, just an overall well-rounded content creation PC. But more so importantly, I wanted to identify and highlight some of the components and what they may cost you if you were looking to build a system like this one here, like we mentioned here in 2021. And we were going over the graphics cards. For those of you who just joined us, you came in at the graphics card segment because we already configured the core bases of our system. We have all 6 out of the 7 core components already picked out and allocated for, and which took our budget to about a flat 1,000 USD. And then we were just over on one of the largest secondhand markets, that is eBay, shopping for a graphics card that's going to keep us under that $600 limit. And so far, so good. Between a GTX 1070 8GB or a GTX 1070 Ti 8GB, one is accessible. They are accessible under $600 over there, $500 even in some cases, right? And now here we are over on the GTX 1060. Should you not have wanted to opt in for, say, an higher end i7 or a previous generation CPU, like Cliff said, what about a used 9900K? And you could very much go with a used 9900K. Even in new 9900Ks, which, let's head over to Amazon to see what a 9900K would even cost you. I'd imagine it's somewhere like $325 maybe. Okay, so they're still slightly higher, and that's a shame because a while ago, Cliff, you remember we were recommended 9900K. I still have this one here sitting brand new in the box that I'm behind on the series, but we'll get there. But the 9900K at one point was under $300. I paid $300 for this one, and on the subject of new used, this 9900K is brand new sealed, but I bought it off of eBay for $299. So as you can see here, I even saved $80 for a very capable 8-core 16-thread 9th generation. I forgot the not Ice Lake. Dang it. What's the generation of 9900K? Darn it, there's so many lakes. Coffee Lake CPU, but they are a good price for 9900K is somewhere around that $300 price range. Really, which you're going to have a hard time finding unless you can get it in a bundle. Remember on previous live streams we talked about on the used market how bundle deals can be considered for the win, how they can save you money. If you can find somebody that's, say, they upgraded their whole entire platform over to a newer platform and they're looking to sell their motherboard CPU altogether because it's typically easier to sell them combined like that, then you could find somebody that just maybe want to get those parts out of there, recoup some of their money from their upgrade, and essentially both parties win. Somebody else is able to take advantage of any value that you may have already extruded from that platform. So if my 9900K, which isn't sitting in the box, but if my 8700K and my Z390 motherboard, if it got too old for me, I could only imagine how much value could be presented to somebody else if I took it and sold it at a combo price of say $350, which the motherboard is an expensive motherboard, which would put me at about that price point. I think at 8700K, in that $150 price range is a really solid deal, and maybe a high-end Z390 motherboard at about 150 to 200. So I digress. I would haggle on that and really come down to pass that value off to somebody else. So I mean, yeah, absolutely. As Cliff said, you could do 5 gigahertz all cores on that baby all day long. Yeah, on the 9900K. I can't wait to overclock it. I can't wait to overclock it. But I do want to remind everybody, listen, if you have just jumped on your way in or on your way out, if you can't stay, one, do like this stream. It's going to help get it out in front of more people, even after it's gone up. And subscribe for the vibes, subscribe for the mission, and subscribe for the message. That message being all things PC gaming. And on that subject, let's jump back over to eBay because we looked at some GTX 1060s. Again, you had a reference model going for 400. So if you wanted to drop your CPU down to say an i5 and you wanted to lower your graphic standard, you can go with a GTX 1060, or you can drop it down a generation even and go to a 980, a GTX 980, right? If I can type. And with its 4 gigabyte variant, this is still going to ensure that you can play 1080p games at a high fidelity. Now, it is a little bit on the older side. It is a little bit weathered. But again, the value here is in its availability. You got a reference model here for $260. If I didn't need not another graphics card, I would buy, and I have a GTX 980. It's just on a water block. But this GTX 980 is $260. So again, if you were looking to even lower that price point even more, and you didn't want to go with a GTX 1060, which a 980 is slightly faster than a GTX 1060 is slightly faster than a 980, especially if you opt in for the 6 gigabyte variant, you're so much better off with, say, running 1080p games at higher resolutions, and also maybe getting into some intermediate 1440p gaming, maybe at low settings or mid settings, depending on the game. But here we go, 980, a GTX 980, 260, 300. We haven't seen one over, what, 400, I believe? Earlier, 349. So the highest so far is 349. Again, not bad, and that leaves you with money to put somewhere else if you're sticking to that $1,600 budget. Or, peep this one, fam, as we could flip this list in its entirety and say, you know what? Let's drop it down to say a $1,200 used price to performance build. We certainly could do that by, going with, say, a non-K based CPU, going with a non-enthusiast based motherboard. But I did say this is a, enthusiast like system, so we are going to go with enthusiast like parts. But there are other ways you could flex this budget and drop down. It's all based on your needs. Remember, one other recommendation that we give in this community, right, or here on this channel, is that I highly recommend you check the games that you want to play before you buy the games and before you buy your hardware. Check the games you want to play, and that way you look at the minimum and the recommended specifications. You can plan accordingly around those by trying to stay at least a generation above. A lot of the games that we mentioned and we talk about around here start from what I've noticed at least a GTX 770 or like a GTX 780, which tells me that you should have a graphics card with a minimum VRAM buffer, especially for a machine destined to encode and stream games, of at least 4 gigabytes. At least 4 gigabytes, right? So this is why I opted in for at least a GTX 980. I see Cliff did recommend Cliff says you would be surprised at 1080p with a 970 will do. So I've been testing mine. So yeah, I love the 970. I did a video on the GTX 970. I'm still a rookie. I'm still very much new to this process. You all are just following the rookie portion of my content creation career. So I don't say back in my rookie days or in my early days because I'm very much still a rookie. I'm very much still learning. But earlier in my rookie days, I tested the 970 and I was even blown away by the performance it had. And I believe that was in 2019. Very much still relevant for games like Apex Legends and Fortnite and even some other higher graphically demanding games that you may need to lower the resolution because the GTX 970, has either the 3.5 gigabytes of VRAM available or 4, depending on which side of the fence you're going to be on. Doesn't matter. I am on the fence. Okay, I'm all about how can I get the most out of my hardware, regardless of how much VRAM is in it. So if I only have 3.5 gigabytes of VRAM available, then I want to optimize my game and game settings for that 3.5 gigabyte VRAM buffer. If I have the 4 gigabytes available, then I want to optimize my game settings for that full 4 gigabytes of VRAM. So this is why these graphics cards, these options that I am giving you in this price point of that $400 to $600 range, is at a minimum has at least a 4 gigabyte VRAM buffer, and that is the GTX 980, slightly faster than the 970. But at this price point, you could either save money or put it or you could either save the money, like pocket the money, or put it in other components. Bad Habit says Valorant wouldn't even let me sign in with my GTX 570. I had to switch my 1070 in order to play it. Yeah, and that's because I'm wondering, it likely has, say, like a 2 gigabyte or a 3 gigabyte minimum VRAM requirement, I like to imagine. Um, so yeah, it would even let you load the game assets and resources. I wonder if it would if you change like your native resolution to say like 480p or something even lower than that. But yeah, I mean, as Bad Habit. Let's use Bad Habit here as a solid example. As Bad Habit said, the Valorant wouldn't load with his GTX 570 with their GTX 570. So if you wanted to play Valorant, or let's say in Bad Habits case they look to see, well, what graphics card do I need? I imagine Valorant's minimum required specs would probably be somewhere along the lines of at least a GTX 770. If I can have a best guess, let's see, Valorant required specs. Oh, so a GTX 1050 Ti. So I stand corrected. I did say a 770, but so the minimum required specs is a GTX 1050 Ti, and again, that has a 4 gigabyte VRAM buffer. And look at that. Look at Lab on the hammer, hitting the nail on the hammer. Dedicated video RAM 4 gigabytes or 4096 megabytes. So yeah, this is why it's important to look at the games you want to play, especially when it comes to this part of configuring your system. Look at the games you want to play. Make sure, especially if you're going with hardware that's like legacy hardware, slightly older, make sure you have the necessary amount to power the game, all the way down to a CPU that has the correct AVX instructions, right? Make sure it has, say, like all the modern AVX instructions, like AVX2, and I believe there's AVX3. Don't quote me on that, but the AVX instruction set 2.0 and is important to modern games. So this is why they tell you to recommend, hey, at least a 4th generation Intel CPU or above. Anything lower may not have the necessary AVX instructions to run the game. So this is why, yeah, it's important to look at the games you want to play to make sure you're hitting the mark with dedicated video RAM. And even with Valorant, I'd say, you know what? 4 gigabytes, a 980 may or may not be enough for you. So thank you, Bad Habit, for providing this example to us, because we're going to continue to rock with Valorant and use that as an example as we're configuring this game. Let's say you want to stream Valorant, right? Let's say you want to stream Valorant, Labs inspired you to create content, you know what I mean? You want to start up your Twitch, you're really good at Valorant, you want to demonstrate your skills to the world, right? So you're like, Lab, I want to build a PC. I know I don't need an i5, 4th generation i5, which only has 4 cores and 4 threads. I know I want something faster than that. You can get a Ryzen 5 1600X and you're already well on your way. But you want a modern system. You want to take full advantage of as many frames as possible to help keep you as competitive as possible. Tim Seagrave says GTX 970 runs. It runs pretty decent. Absolutely, Tim. Myself, Cliff, we couldn't agree with you even more. And Tim, I do believe this could be our first time we had the opportunity of engaging with you. Welcome to the live show. If not, I do apologize, part of my ignorance. But Tim, this is the first time I do recall mentioning your name. So welcome to the live show. Welcome to this community. Hopefully, if you're not already subscribed, I will have earned your subscription during this live show. Feel free to answer away with any questions you may have, and I do appreciate you providing additional context to the conversation by solidifying the relevancy that is the GTX 970. So let's use Valorant bad habits example here. As Cliff says to bad habits, is that fun? And we were talking about FPS the other day. And Bad Habit says my daughter plays it. It looks fun. I had to take my 1070 and switch it to her computer in order for her to play. It took me forever to figure out why we couldn't sign in. Yeah, so that could suck. I mean, my one of my kids had this problem a while back with wanting to play Warzone on what I believe was our 280X that we just had, and that only had 3 gigabytes of VRAM, and every time he would go to load the game would immediately crash. So this is why it's important to look at the games you want to play before you play them, and even then to make sure you're configuring a well-rounded system that's going to leave you with the opportunity to upgrade your system as your needs grow, say as you want to play more demanding games. And for those of you just joined us, we were configuring a $1,600 gaming PC. I will quickly go over the specs we have assigned for the system with our remaining budget going to a graphics card over on our favorite place, the largest secondhand new used market that is eBay, which is available to generally all or most of us. Yes, you could go to OfferUp. Excuse me. Yes, you can go to OfferUp. I do apologize about that. You can go to OfferUp, right? You can go to Craigslist to try to find value there. But when it comes to graphics cards, my experience, and from what I can see, they're very much still high over there. The Facebook Marketplace is also a really good place to be at for local deals. The problem with Facebook Marketplace, most buyers don't want to ship their graphics cards. Fam, you got to imagine, or you got to keep in mind that a lot of the enthusiasts over on Facebook Marketplace, they are well aware of the situation. They do not want to sell you the graphics card at a respectable, affordable price for you to then just take it and sell it at a higher price and make profit off of their misery, you know what I mean, or off of somebody else's misery. So with this system, we're trying to hover in a modest price point that will deliver, or provide you with a graphics card that will deliver the right amount of performance you would want with a system balance like this one here. We did opt in for the 8-core 16-thread i7-10700K. It's a $315 CPU. Excuse me. Has high boost clock frequencies even on the single core. And as a quick note, you could opt in with Team Red's AMD Ryzen 3700X and a B550 motherboard. You can save money there. You wouldn't need a aftermarket cooler unless you absolutely positively would want to upgrade to one for lower temperatures, future overclocking, and extending the life of your CPU, because any aftermarket cooler is essentially going to move heat more efficiently than a stock cooler. So we went with the Cooler Master Liquid ML120 as an AIO, that's an all-in-one liquid cooler, and then the MSI MPG Z490 gaming motherboard. This motherboard is good because it's going to allow us to upgrade to, say, the 10900K or the 11700K down the road and into the future. We went with 16 gigabytes of DDR4 3600 CL18 memory. You could opt in for 32 gigabytes. That is the ceiling for a machine that's destined for encoding and gaming. You do want to have 32 gigabytes. It's one of those situations where the more the better, and the less chances you have at having a stream that's degraded due to having an inefficient amount of RAM. But this could also depend on the type of games you want to stream. So if you stream on a platform like Facebook, you're going to start out streaming at 720p. You don't need 32 gigabytes of RAM. So again, base that off of your needs. If you stream games like Warzone, which at 1080p high settings requires at least, or it's recommended to have at least a minimum of 12 gigabytes of DDR4, that tells me if the game recommends you have at least 12, then the game is going to take at least 10 to 12 gigabytes of whatever available resources is there for memory. And if whatever is not available, then you could experience stuttering and hiccups in your games and frame rate drops. So Again, base this around off of the games you want to play, the streaming platform, your internet bandwidth, because you may or may not even be able to stream at 1080p, right? Maybe you don't have the necessary internet requirements to do so. And then we went with a Western Digital Blue 1 terabyte M.2. You could save a little bit of money here by going with a non M.2 and just your standard SSD. I highly recommend you go with an SSD in general, rather that be an M.2 or rather that be your standard SSD for your system. This is going to give you fast load times for your streams. Think about it. It's all about your audience. So this is going to give you fast loading times during your stream. It's going to allow you to boot your system up faster, draw your programs and other in-game resources much faster wherever they are stored at. You, I always recommend you go with a single in fast single in storage solution. But to really level this up here, you could go with, say, a 240 gigabyte SSD or M.2 for your OS and your core editing software programs, or say whatever you use to stream your games, and a 1 terabyte M.2 like this for just your games. So in the event that, say, a drive crashes, if it's your game drive, it's just your game drive. The only thing that's affected is your root files, for those games, or God forbid, it's your OS that is your OS drive that fails, then it's just your OS drive that would need to be replaced. So, but budget considering, going with a single in high storage capacity fast solution is a great start to your system. And we went with a Western Digital M.2 1 terabyte. Again, remember, games like Call of Duty Warzone take up 175 gigabytes of space. Ouch, that's just one. 500 gigabytes may not be enough, especially if you have aspirations of playing other games down the road. So we don't use the term future proof here a lot because it's quite difficult to do, but this is putting yourself in a position to where you won't have to upgrade your SSD anytime soon by opting in with at least a 1 terabyte solution. 500 gigabytes is pushing it. If you need to maybe save 30 or 40 bucks, just know 500 gigabytes is pushing it. Fortnite is also, games as a service. All games as a service, they are rather large. So if online games are your forte and you plan on creating content around them, opt for a higher end, fast single storage solution. Then with our case, we went with the Corsair 205R, and you don't necessarily need to go with this case, fam. Remember, I'm not recommending this case. All I'm doing is recommending a price point that should catapult you into the direction of where you need to be in terms of pricing out your case. So for this budget, we recommended you start at $80 and less, and this is what you can get in that price category. And you can also maybe even save more by going with a case that fits your personality, right? And that's more of a reflection of your overall setup. We went with the Corsair 275R, or you can, most importantly, I like the the Corsair 4000D, but over on Amazon it's about $10-15 more. So we went, to honor that price point, we went with the Corsair 275R. But in your case, if you were able to save money on another component, right, in another environment or area, then you could say take that savings and apply it somewhere else. Or hey, you know where you can apply it? Your wallet. If you don't want to apply it to another component, put those savings into your wallet, back into your bank account, right? But then for our power supply unit, of course, we went with the 80 plus gold certified. I recommended that when you're picking out your power supply unit, as a good rule of thumb, at least start with an 80 plus bronze, but gold is a good standard to be at for healthy energy regulation and power delivery to your components, and especially if you want to overclock with efficient energy on that 12-volt rail for your CPU and also to feed your graphics card. Now, 750 watts is a good place to be in. I chose 750 watts for our non-overclockers. This system is a bit of a conundrum because we do have a K-based CPU that can be overclocked, right? Which can be overclocked, but depending on your GPU, 750 watts still very much could be enough even to overclock your CPU and maybe not your GPU, or vice versa, maybe to overclock your GPU and not your CPU. But 750 watts is a good base point to be at, especially with the RTX 3080 Ti and 3070 Ti respectively, both having a minimum GPU or minimum power supply unit requirement of 750 watts. So 850 watts, yeah, that might sound sexy, but that may be if you plan on doing some, serious overclocker, to which even that point, depending on what the components are, you might even want to look at a 1,000 watt 80 plus gold power supply unit at that point. But this could very much depend on the graphics card. So 750 watts is a good position to be in, even if you wanted to say upgrade a year or two to say a 3070 when they're available and affordable, or a 3080 when they're available or affordable, or a 3080 Ti when they are available or affordable, an RX 6700 XT when they are available or affordable, a 6800 XT when they are available or affordable. I have to put that disclaimer at the end of it. Okay. But with a 750 watt power supply, again, you're not necessarily future proofing your system, but you are reducing any forced upgrades you may have to make as your needs improve or grow. This is going to put you in a healthy GPU class from, say, XX70 series to like XX Ti series. That's either 80 Ti, which again with the 750 watt minimum power supply requirement, or even like a 3070 Ti. It's going to put you that like a year from now, that really puts you in a healthy upgrade path, even with this CPU, which then in that case, you may want to say, well, I'm upgrading my graphics card to something faster. Maybe I should also upgrade my resolution. And in that point, you're putting the majority of the load back onto the graphics card and less onto your CPU. So take that into consideration when you are prepared to upgrade to a higher end 80 base series graphics card or 70 base series graphics card and up. In this example, we did use the 1070. So to upgrade from the 1070 Ti to say the 3070 Ti is a heck of an upgrade path that you could be on. Again, Windows graphics cards are available and affordable. Tim says that game takes up too much space, referring to Call of Duty Warzone. Yeah, and it's ever growing. So, yep, that's why you definitely want to, take that into consideration. Do your market research. Even if you are paying, it's so important. Even if you're paying guys like Cliff. Cliff also is a system integrator, or myself. Even if you're paying guys like myself or other people to build your system, or you're going with, say, a CyberPower, right? Or a well-reputable brand to do it for you, to build a custom pre-built PC to where you at least have some control over the components you want to put inside of the system. Very much still research those components, every single one of them. All you don't have to research Windows, but the core components, research them in tandem with the games you want to play and or stream. Okay, that's going to make sure that you are limiting your initial investment cost and you're not, say, spending money in areas that you either A, didn't have to, and B, shouldn't have to, and where you should have taken that money and put it elsewhere. So, very important. You do your research, do your homework, even if you are not building your system yourself. I've preached that so long on this channel, friends and fam. For the longest time, I've always preach that, to do your research. Read up on the nuances of those components, right? Do your research on the games you want to play. We were using Valorant. Let's switch back here because we were using Valorant as an example with its 4 gigabyte minimum VRAM requirement. And now I said on this example, right? We're using Bad Habit's example here of Valorant since Bad Habit brought it up. We know our system has enough DDR4 with 4 gigabytes. So that's more than enough to say, even if encoding and streaming, doubled that amount to say 8, and Windows is running in the background, Streamlabs, maybe you got Discord, maybe you got music streaming, you should be in a healthy position to run this game at decent settings to improve the quality of your stream. Now, the minimum requirement though is at least a 4 gigabyte VRAM graphics card. The 970, you may run into problems simply because technically it has 3.5 gigabytes with the other half of gigabytes allocated to the GPU's resources. It's weird, but consider wanting to be in a category at least one generation up, right? 1050 Ti slightly faster than a 980, but both essentially have 4 gigabytes of VRAM. Now, let's say you wanted to have a little bit of more headroom and you wanted to go with a 6 gigabyte variant card. Now let's switch it up over to the GTX 980 Ti with its 6 gigabytes of dedicated VRAM. That puts us, look at that, $400. Is that a lot? Yes. Is it available? Yes. Right? A 980 Ti is going to put you along the lines in terms of performance of, say, in between a 1060 and a 1070, somewhere in between there, to put it in perspective compared to, if you wanted to go with a 1070, you could save about $100 by going with a slightly slower variant with the 980 Ti, $400. So again, that's well under our $500 to $600 price point to add on top of the system we configured. Let's see if we can see them lower than that. Uh, of course, keep a lookout for those. Obviously, there's something wrong with that. 200. This is here isn't a bad deal here, as I imagine with 2 days left. You might see another $100 added on to this. So it's always good to, if you're over on eBay, just hit watch. You could add to your watch list and just be notified of the bids if you don't want to participate. See where it's at in a day. Say, hey, you know what? I have up to $500 for my graphics card. I know Lab told me I should jump over to eBay because you can't go to bestbuy.com and buy a graphics card with $500. You can't do it. You can't go to Micro Center and buy a graphics card for $500 unless it's a GT 710 or a GT 1030, right? So if you wanted a graphics card and at least a mid-tier graphics card, a mid-tier level graphics card, this is what it's going to cost you, fam. This is the price point you're going to want to be at, and this is what you need to be in. So we're at a 980 Ti with a 6 gigabyte VRAM, and again, we're trying to match a graphics card that will allow us to play Valorant at respectable settings and with high quality. The game has a dedicated video RAM requirement, VRAM, of 4 gigabytes. That's 4 gigabytes of 4,000 megabytes. I mean, so the 980 Ti has a 6 gigabyte VRAM, GDDR5 memory. So we are already plus, up on the plus in terms of meeting the dedicated video RAM requirement. And we could very much still save money to put it in other places of our build, i.e., we can maybe switch up the all-in-one liquid coolers, maybe bump it up to say $100. Maybe if we have $40 to $50 in savings, and we could bump up that cost to get a better liquid cooler. Or everybody's favorite choice, upgrade to 32 gigabytes of RAM, taking that $100 in savings and upgrading our RAM amount or our storage amount, or improving our case, our power supply, what have you. Again, take that money and put it in other places. And if you don't want to put it in other components, put it in your pocket. Put it in your pocket. Drop it. No, I ain't gonna rap. That's too cringe. But again, the 980 Ti, all $399, $400, $253, all low prices. That again, the value here is that they are available. This one here is a little high, but I wouldn't exceed over $400 for wowzers. Okay, it's for a lot of 5, but yeeks. But I wouldn't spend over like 420 for this listing here. And again, when you're looking at your graphics cards, you want to check for any discolorations. This one here looks like it's been like really, really dusty. So I mean, there is a risk involved with, obviously buying used PC parts. But again, here you have multiple video input output options available here to run more than one monitor. You have DisplayPort, HDMI, and then another DisplayPort. So you could run up to 4 monitors on this graphics card on a 980 Ti. Still allow you to stream games like Valorant, right? And encode on your CPU so that your graphics card is only rendering the game. It's only running Valorant. Okay, and then I also said that if you're lucky enough, you can even switch it up, say, to a 1660 Super, right? Because last I checked, 1660 Supers, you could snag one. They were high, but if you were lucky and you were ready, right, and you wanted to act fast and first, you could have one for that under $600 price point. There's one here for a bid of over $400. You see this one here is $645. That's hard, but it's also brand new. This one here too, brand new. This one here, $550. It's pre-owned, but it's under that $600 price tag. If you wanted a modern GPU on a newer encoder, this still fits the narrative of our budget of acquiring a graphics card under $600. Still very much high, but again, it will enable you to be on that newer encoder, and you have a modern graphics card and a 16 series variant. I see Cliff says I gotta run. Gotta run, guys. Off to run some errands. You guys and gals, Mrs. Mai, have a wonderful evening. Better see y'all peeps on the Discord. Yeah, definitely want to see you guys on the Discord. Look at that, Han. Speaking of the Discord, Han Slomo. Han Slomo made it in as our guy Cliff is leaving. Han Slomo, it's good to see you, bro. It's good to see you, Han Slomo. Cliff said, or Tim says, might hit lucky too and find a 1070 or 1080 around those prices too. Yeah, and Tim, if you saw our examples, we were looking at 1070s, what, in the median price range of about $450. I don't want to say that was the average, but that was like the median. That was the in the middle price of what they were going for. So if you wanted a slightly faster option, then you could go with, say, the 16 series, like the 1660 Super, right, with its 6 gigabytes of VRAM, and still be under that $600 price point to complement the narrative of the budget. Sorry, I had to stretch my back a little bit. But you have this one here too. This is a 1660 Super. This is pre-owned. This one's under $600, but once you factor in shipping, you're going to be like right there. This Ace is tough as well, and it's pre-owned. This one here is brand new, one day left. I'm noticing the brand new 1660 Supers are running over that $500, over the $600 price point, but the graphics card is relatively new enough to where it still should have enough life expectancy in it to last you a great deal of time and should hold you over until we can, survive the 2020 and now 2021. Yikes, y'all. The 2020 and 2021 tech-demic, right? This graphics card can hold you over until, over the next year or maybe more, especially to run the game that we're using here for our streaming example, for our PC to stream and game at the same time, and that's Valorant, which has a dedicated video RAM requirement of at least 4 gigabytes. So we're looking at the 6 gigabyte with its faster GDDR6 memory and its newer encoder. So it's going to work out better if you say you want to encode on your GPU. You want to use NVIDIA's newer encoder. But if not, you can always opt in for like a 10th generation graphics card and switch over to, a 1060 or 1070 or a 980 Ti. The 6 gigabyte variant, the 980 with its 4 gigabytes may be pushing it, right? That may be pushing it, but they both will get the job done. So let's see if we saw any lower. And we haven't seen any lower than, say, $410. And that looked like that was a bid price. Yep, 38 bids with 4 days. So really, I mean, the lowest you're going to see them here is just a hair under $500, especially for, your pre-owned options and your pre-owned variants. So as always, search the listing, look for any signs that, may seem, like they're look for any warning signs, right? We talked about that a great deal in a few previous a few previous conversations. Hans Lomo says we also have to consider global inflation due to central banks pumping money out due to COVID times. I guess prices won't go down anytime soon. And you're right, Hans Lomo. We mentioned that early in the live stream where I had mentioned that things like tariffs and tax increases on imports are out of our control, especially with global inflation. Also on top of that, they're out of our control, and it's the reason why we're also seeing MSRP prices on newer graphics cards also gradually increase. But yeah, absolutely. And I see you said prices won't go down anytime soon. So earlier in the live stream, we had a question where somebody asked me when did I think they would subside, and I've been sharing recently on a lot of our live streams that I am pushing for about mid 2022 or early 2022, somewhere in the third to fourth quarter, for a lot of these companies, that we will see prices go down. And that's simply because in order for prices to go down, supply has to be met, or I'm sorry, demand has to be met. And when demand is met or exceeded, then the prices will go down. But we will need the influx in supply for that to happen first. So really, prices will go down once demand is met, or at least, balanced out. Then there won't be a need for these graphics cards to be this overly priced, because then they just won't be in demand as much. But the market could totally shift, right, Han? We don't know. But that's my best case. That's at least a best worst case scenario. And that's why a lot of these graphics cards I'm trying to recommend in this segment are destined to hold you over for a system of this caliber until, we can kind of get a better idea. I mean, we're looking at maybe another 12 months from now, or maybe 6 months from now, we will have a general idea. So you're looking at using a graphics card for at most a year and a half, give or take a little more. So 1660 Super, again, if you're lucky, you can maybe find one under that $600 price range that'll put you on a newer a newer architecture with the 16 series NVIDIA GPU. Hans Loma says 3080 Ti MSRP $1,000 USD. No, man, that's heck, that's not even its MSRP. Its MSRP is 1200 USD. But I shared on my Twitter, which again, friends and fam, if you're not following me on Twitter, you should be following me over on Twitter at Inside the Lab YT. I know Hans following me over there, and Cliff, and a lot of you are also following me over there. But we talked about this on Twitter, and I've seen 3080 Ti's, unfortunately, for as high as $3,500. To add more salt onto the wound here before we move over to some of the Radeon prices, like the 580, which is essentially the ceiling with this budget, right? Because all other Radeon AMD based graphics cards are so far exceeding that price point that you're met with diminishing returns. It's not much value there. But RTX 3080 Ti, 2500, 24, do I see 24, 24, do I see 28, 28, do I see 27, 27, do I see 2850, 2850, do I see 28, do I see higher than 28, 2850, going, so currently 2850 is the highest, nope, $3,000, and hey, guess what, y'all, it ships today in case you spent $3,000 and you wanted to wait, weeks or a couple days just to have a tracking number, $3,000. So this is what 200% cost added to it's 200% above MSRP at this price point. Wow. So yeah, this is why I've seen them higher, and this is crazy. This is 50%. I mean, here 2,600. This is like slightly twice as much as the as MSRP. It's just downright disrespectful. Destroys, again, this graphics card is not worth $1,200. I mean, this graphics card is not worth $2,500 in terms of the value it's presenting, even if it is brand new at this price point. Han says people with NVIDIA 10 series could use AMD SFR and more life out of them. Good one from AMD. Yeah, so that was interesting, Han Slomo, and I started to make a video on that. For those of you who aren't familiar with what Han is mentioning, AMD just did their Computex keynote, where they revealed that their visual fidelity super res or resolution, its technology, is going to be available on not only their 500 series Polaris based graphics cards, but also on NVIDIA's GTX 10 series based graphics cards. So GG to AMD on that, and I do think that that's going to breathe new life into those graphics cards, and it's one of the reasons where kudos to AMD's engineers who were able to make that possible, because it's going to make those graphics cards relevant even more once again. Whoa, sorry about the camera focusing in, but yeah, good one on AMD's part for doing that, absolutely. And on the subject of RX 580, if you wanted to go with Team Red, an RX 580 could be had in that price category of up to $600 if we're sticking again to the narrative of that system and getting a graphics card that won't exceed the budget of $1,600 or lower the budget even more, right? And allowing us to pocket some of that savings or put it in other places. This RX 580, $600. Nope, not going to cap that. It's too high. $450 is about as low as we're likely going to see it. And this is why I said anything past an RX 580 may be difficult to come by, because we looked at the Vega 56, which was selling for over $700, and really AMD, outside of its RX 6000 series, doesn't have much to offer in that price category. And 6700 XTs, we're not even going to look. Yes, we are going to look after we look at RX 580s. But RX 580s could be, again, we're staying under that $600 price point. Again, you have your Sapphire Pulse 8GB RX 580. Save even more by going, say, a reference model or a reference variant. right? This Sapphire Nitro Plus, $549. Not a bad looking graphics card. I like the backplate on here. It could really complement a black and or a silver and black or silver and gray build, right? With that aesthetic, not a lot of RGB as well, but nonetheless a solid option. So again, this is well under that $600 price point. Now, if you were going with an i5, excuse me, if you were going with an i5 10600K, right, or 9600K, then an RX 570 could suit your needs, but wouldn't, with that 4 GB VRAM buffer, you're pushing it, you're playing it close to the edge with Valorant. Remember, Valorant is our example. So you would want to opt for at least a graphics card with 4 GB or more. So at that point, you should just revert back to, say, a 980 Ti, right, which would cost you less than, say, an RX 580. Revert back to a 980 Ti, or better yet, a 1070, a GTX 1070 8 GB variant, which only comes in 8 GB, or a 1070 Ti, and that graphics card should be able to hold you over to play this game and a few others that are popular amongst the streaming world and the streaming community for at least the next year, or until graphics cards can materialize and demand is met with supply. So let's come back over here. Tell you what, let's add. Can I search GTX 980 Ti? So will it give me a 980 Ti? So let's add a 980 Ti, because with its 6 GB VRAM buffer, I think it's a good place to be in, to where you're not fully invested in, too much of a modern graphics card, to where you're like, well, I might be in a position where I don't need to, upgrade down the road, but I still want a faster graphics card. A 980 Ti is a decent place to be in. I did say we would look at RX 6700 prices really fast. I don't know why. Let's do it, y'all. It's not as bad as I thought. It is as bad as I thought. $1,300, $1,100. Yeah, I mean, they're still incredibly overpriced. And the same thing with, say, like a 5600 XT, which was recommended earlier on the live stream. We could check up on prices on the 5600 XT, and those two are still exceeding that $600 price point, to where, if you're looking for a graphics card with that $600 gigabyte VRAM buffer, save money, right? Save a few $100s and opt for the GTX 980 Ti with this 6 GB VRAM buffer. Now, GDDR5 memory. Let's take the median price and let's drop it over onto PC Part Picker manually. By, let's say, and on average, it looks like it's costing us about $449 for a decent variant 980 Ti. So let's jump back over here. Jump back, no prices. Let's say we're going to enter our manual price. 980. I started to type 980 Ti. It's getting close to dinner time, that's why. But we're going to enter a median price of 400 and whoa, let me do that. Come back. Not $45. Yeah, right. $450. So with the $450 graphics card, right, the 980 Ti, this puts us at $1,400.25. Now, the title implies a system with a $1,600 budget. And again, I said you don't necessarily have to exceed that budget. You could either pocket the savings or put it in other places, right? Or let's say you have to pay somebody to build it, and this could, that cost can come out of your budget, and that way it doesn't necessarily have to come out of your wallet. Or this could be put to, say, getting a decent keyboard, or putting that savings over to your monitor. It's all about your needs. If you're only going to play and stream at, say, 720p or 1080p, then start off as your base monitor with, say, like a 1080p 75 hertz or 120 hertz monitor. And you could definitely do that, say, with a $189 or $200 1080p high refresh rate response time monitor, and you'll be well on your way, right? You can lower your settings, lower your resolution down to 720p. This would drastically improve the visual experience for your stream, because it's all about your audience and how it looks to them on the other end. Or, of course, you could take that extra $100, right, because the 980 Ti costs $450, and say, you know what, I want more gigabyte, I want more VRAM, I want a slightly faster graphics card. Not sure what GTX 1080s are going for. Slightly out of our, not even slightly, like way out of our price point. So again, a GTX 1070 or 1070i is going to be your ceiling at this budget or at this price point. Okay. and it's going to cost you about the same as a 980 Ti. So you can opt in for more VRAM, slightly faster variant. That way you won't have run into any bottleneck issues over on your CPU, over in your CPU department. But essentially, between our case and our graphics card, in terms of your graphics card, all of these graphics cards are capable of gaming at 1080p, even at modest settings, and should hold you over the next 6 to 8 months. Not 6 to 8 months, but 6 to 8 months, or until stock slowly begins to normalize. And then in that point, you will be in a position to upgrade to a faster GPU. And at this point, if you went with, say, the GTX 1070 8 GB variant, then your next upgrade path most likely would be either a 20 series graphics card, if you can find one on the market when prices normalize, or say an RTX 3070 Ti, or an RTX 3070, or an RTX 3060 with its 12 GB VRAM buffer. That would be a healthy upgrade path that would actually, between those two graphics cards, would cost you about the same as what it cost you for your GTX 1070, unless you found other uses for that GTX 1070. You could either pass it down to a family member or close mate or friend, or sell it even at that price, even at that point, like a year from now, maybe sell it for $200 or $250. Take that $250 or $200, take another, say, $400 or $500, and you're in the category of, say, an RTX 3070 Ti at $649, or an RTX 3080 for about $200 more. Again, when those graphics cards are available at an affordable price. Han Slomo says the upcoming 5700G APUs would definitely be a good alternative as well, and I definitely want to allocate some of my content budget on getting one, because I couldn't agree more. I think it's a brilliant move by AMD to do at a time where you can't find dedicated video cards. Most importantly, AMD didn't originally have plans, Han, of releasing that CPU to the DIY market, but larger tech tubers, larger than myself, cried foul. They listened, and here we go. They're available on the DIY market, and that's good. Some I see question their price, but I'm like, it's just better as an alternative. The one does come with, I believe it's the 5700G. Yeah, it has 8 cores, 16 threads. So that's amazing, even for a CPU that you could just add a dedicated video card to down the road, and just save even more money by opting in with a 5700G. You have a capable CPU, capable APU, and then when you're ready to add a dedicated video card, you don't have to upgrade anything else, unless if you either wanted to upgrade your CPU, which you really wouldn't have to. So, but a used or a secondhand GPU or graphics card is a better alternative to not having one at all, or paying 60% more than what a card is valued at or selling for. Or in the case of the RTX 3080 Ti, now we just saw it, that was selling at what, 300% market value or 200% market value. So that's insane. So that was let's jump back here just to quickly go over our system. As although we settled on the 980 Ti, we have overhead with this budget. If we wanted to add more, $1,600 is our limit. We were actually able to stay under that while still very much getting a capable graphics card that can handle our stream, handle our games like Valorant, Fortnite, Minecraft, especially Minecraft. This can be ran on the potato, but games like Call of Duty Warzone, Fortnite, maybe some other games you may be interested in playing but not streaming. This graphics card, this configuration will get the job done, will handle all of your needs for a system that can both, perform content creation tasks in a content creation workflow, game and stream at the same time, edit videos, encode video, work on your thumbnails or any other sort of graphic manipulation you may seek to do. So again, I just want to really add in fast before we jump into the final thoughts, that if you're still with us and you made it this far, either on the replay, I still recommend you to give this stream a like. And if you have a chance, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the vibes, subscribe to the message and the mission, and subscribe to upcoming future content, because we do have a lot coming up. I also want to add that, in case if you weren't here with us earlier in the live stream, all of the products we talked about and mentioned throughout the duration of this live stream you will be able to find them down in the basement, aka the description box below. you will be able to find them. They are affiliate links. I am an Amazon affiliate, and I do receive a small commission when you make purchases using those links. You can also sign up for Amazon Prime if you haven't yet. Take advantage of the upcoming Prime Day deals, and also things like fast delivery, free delivery, Amazon Prime Music and their videos. You can sign up for a free 30-day trial using my Amazon link down below. It is at no extra cost to you, as a consumer. And it just really helps me out in a small but really huge way, as I am an unmonetized channel. All of those links you will be able to find down in the description box below. If you are interested in any of these parts we talked about, you can also share this video out with a friend should they be on the fence to building their gaming PC or getting into PC gaming altogether, if it's them not building it and they need that slight, nudge or that slight push over the fence to get them over here to green pasture. That is the pinnacle of gaming on the as a platform that is PC, right? The PC platform. So switching back here, I tell you what, let's jump into our final thoughts, because this system or this configuration will allow you to stream and play some of the most popular and demanding games at a high quality and at a higher, graphic settings, even on that 980 Ti with its 6 GB VRAM buffer. Remember, the higher your texture settings, right? The higher the quality you want to run your games, the more VRAM you want your graphics card to have. So even on that 980 Ti, we will be able to run games at high quality and high graphic settings, right? The graphics card situation, speaking of, yes, it is dire, depressing, and downright discouraging. But don't let it stop you from emerging onto this platform with a capable and well-vested, well-rounded machine that again will launch or propel you into your career as a content creator. Rather that be a non-live streamer, or you do live stream, or let's say you just create regular video on demands, right? Just like regular VODs. Regardless of the direction you want to go in terms of your content creation workflow, this system, this budget, this price point of $1,600 is going to, catapult you into the right direction you need to be. Now, fair game or fair warning, this likely puts you over a complete setup, budget of about 2 grand, right? Of about $2,000. So that's including your monitor, your keyboard, your mouse, because previously in another live show, we configured a complete setup using $1,400. That was with a computer, monitor, both 1440p or a 1080p monitor. We were at about $1,400 for that system. This system, we were at $1,600, and that's just for the system. That's not including a monitor, which you definitely need, right? I don't recommend you just go with any monitor that's lying around your house, or say like any TV that's lying around your house just because you want to save money. It's good to add that to your budget cost. If you only have $1,200, then you need to build accordingly around that, including a well-rounded monitor. If you're that low, then there's only a certain ceiling you need to hit in terms of the type of monitor you want to play on. That's your resolution and your refresh rate. That to be, say, a standard 1080p 60 hertz monitor, then you are well within your confines to build a system around that monitor and around that price point or around that budget, right? That's what it is. That's what it's all about, friends and fam, right? It's about, achieving the things you want to achieve, or getting the most out of a system, getting the most value for your money, the best bang for your buck. The metrics are a little skewed given how dire and depressing the GPU new end use market can be. But, again, we walk through a system, we walk through a component list of parts that can be achieved with a high-end budget of $1,600 by taking that and even lowering it, because altogether it came to about a little over $1,400, right? That's USD. Pardon my ignorance, that is USD. But it came up to a little over $1,400 for this complete setup that is a well-rounded streaming machine, and that can also just play games when you're not streaming, and that can also encode video. That $1,400 price, that budget that we eventually settled on, leaves you wiggle room to say, I could either take that $100 and upgrade to another class of GPU, take that $100 and add 32 gigabytes of DDR4, or upgrade to a faster 32 gigabyte DDR4 kit, or add more storage to my system, maybe say another 1 terabyte SSD to further, further future proof. We don't use that term. We use that term very loosely around here, but to further, to further improve or enhance your experience as a PC gamer, and as an enthusiast, and as as a content creator, right? So important you check off all of those boxes when it comes to looking for a system that's going to deliver a pleasurable, or a viewing experience that's both positive and engaging for your community or for your audience. You want to invest in a machine, look at it from the perspective of investing in a house, as historically PC parts hasn't always retained as much equity that graphics cards, for example, holds now, but that's just because simply the supply and demand situation is skewing the figures there. But um, I digress. Nonetheless, I digress. But a machine that's going to be able to achieve your needs and more will require some form of investment. Look at it like a home. You want to invest in your home, therefore it has good resale value. It's everything you dream it to be or aspire it to be, and you have room for upgrades, much like your home. If you're buying a home, you don't want to say, oh, I want these cabinets, this flooring, and I want this add-on, and I want basement finish. Maybe you don't do that off the bat, as that's going to drive up the initial cost of the home. Maybe you get into your home at your pre-approved loan amount, and then you slowly make those upgrades down the road until your home becomes your personal place of solace, just like your machine, until your machine becomes a personal reflection, or a reflection of your personality, beyond it just creating content, fam. Your PC, your setup, is a reflection of your personality, right? If you haven't been around, for the example I use, I take the buy 5 PS5s, or buy 5 Xbox Series SXs, right? Or 5 Series S's. We're all going to get the equal amount of performance. What's not going to be the same, though, is if we take that money and we all say take a $1,000 budget, or in this case, let's say a $1,600 budget. It's like Cliff mentioned. He said, well, I'm interested to see everybody's $1,600 parts list over on the Discord, right? And again, if you're not on our Discord, you're going to want to stick around, because we're going to jump over into our housekeeping segment, and I'll show you how to sign up for our email list, right? But each and every one of our systems will be different compared to this $1,600 part I had parted out. Maybe you would opt in and use a 3700X and a X570 motherboard, maybe a different graphics card, maybe you would go with a different case, what have you. It doesn't matter. We all would end up with different systems, and possibly even slightly different performance metrics, although they could very much be all well within margin, but nonetheless each system would be different, right? So yeah, you can accomplish, you can get it done, you can build a system here in 2021. I have so much content that's coming up about this and more. You're definitely going to want to hit the like button. Let's get this video out in front of as many people as possible, and of course subscribe if you haven't yet. We already had a few people verify that they just subscribed to the channel and came on board, and they're all for the vibes, they're all for the mission, and they're all for the message. All right, now I think the ride is slowly coming to an end. Much as I hate to do it, man, I appreciate every single one of you that decided to come on board here today. Really fast here, we're going to do some quick, and by quick, I do mean quick. And see, we had a few more people join in. I do apologize, you missed the live stream, but it will be left up as is if you want to see the parts we went with for this $1,600 gaming PC. Really fast, we went with a 10700K 8-core 16-thread CPU. Master Liquid ML120 RGB V2 AIO, MSI MPG Z490 Gaming Plus motherboard on the LG A1200 socket. Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro 16 gigabyte kit of DDR4 3600 MHz CL18 memory. A single solution of storage with a Western Digital Blue 1 terabyte M.2 for our games like Warzone that takes up 175 gigabytes. And I mean, come on, y'all, math. And then for our graphics card, we brazed the used market and looked at graphics card all the way from 1070 to 1070 Ti's to 980 Ti's to 980s, and even some 1660 Supers that fit this budget of staying under $1,600, even with going with a graphics card, which some were new, most of them were used, and of course there are some risk involved with buying used components, so buyers beware in that one. But our graphics card, this system did have a dedicated graphics card, because if you're like, have you kept your nose to the ground, you know what's going on, you know how hard it is to find a graphics card, again, I recommend you head to the largest secondhand used market online, that is eBay. Look for some deals in between that $500 to $600 price range for a graphics card. Don't exceed that, because chances are you are getting the diminishing returns are too far out at that price point. No more than $500 to $600 is a really good place to be. And as you can see here in our example, that netted you anywhere between a GTX 1070, a 1070 Ti, and maybe even a GTX 1060 or a 980 Ti. So all very much mid to high end tier graphics cards for at their respectable times at least, but very much still can get the job done right now. And then the case was the Corsair 275R mid-size ATX tower. You could opt in for a different case, obviously, at that has different features or has different aesthetics, but this is a good price point to allocate that portion of your budget to, right? You could also save money by going with, say, the NZXT H510, I believe, which is a $60 mid-size tower case. So savings are abundant and everywhere throughout this build configuration. Then for our power supply unit, we went with a 750 watt 80 plus gold rated certified fully modular power supply unit. This is going to solidify any other future upgrades we may want to make, and by we I mean we as a community. This system may be for you as an individual, but we as a community, we are walking through this together. So this is why I say we. But we went with the Corsair MR 750 watt power supply unit. Again, the RTX 3080 Ti and RTX 3070 Ti respectively both have 750 watt PSU power requirements. So if those are graphics cards you want to upgrade to, say, a year and a half from now, starting with a power supply unit of this magnitude means you wouldn't have to worry about upgrading at that price point, and just say at most add more the necessary power pin connectors as you would obviously need the more than, I believe it's 6 or 8 that's required on a 980 Ti. And then with Windows, I had mentioned you can watch my video over on my channel about how to download Windows 10 I said it again, y'all, how to install Windows 10 and how to get a legit copy of Windows 10 key for under a legit copy of a Windows 10 key for under $20. It's possible. You don't have to pay $100 for a Windows 10 key. Don't do it. Watch that video. Learn how to do it yourself. I'm also going to show you how to install Windows 10 in an upcoming video, so do keep a lookout for that. And I just want to point out that even in our estimated wattage, we're still comfortably below our power supply ceiling of 750 watts. This leaves us enough room to, say, overclock both our CPU and or graphics card if we wanted to. Of course, that very much could depend on the numbers you would have to input to get stable overclocks that provided and presented a significant performance increase to necessitate or the need for overclocking. Man, I can't talk. I'm telling y'all it's because I'm getting hungry. But this is our system. So again, you have overhead to add or replace certain parts to really improve this system, and of course make it yours. But the used market is ripe with opportunity. Now, I'm not quite sure what happened to our housekeeping segment, but really fast here, I just want to add that if you want to support the channel, you want to sign up for our Discord, you want to receive all notifications on all future video content and all other channel programming, like channel memberships, which is the next phase here on the channel, you're going to want to sign up for our email list. Unity starts with you, as does community, right? Ends with unity. So it starts with commune, bringing people together, and it ends with unity, quite literally. Sign up using your email address and your first name so I know what to call you and where to send all of that goody, right? All of the content updates and content drops. Unity starts with you. YouTube notifications aren't that great, so you can sign up to receive all future content drops and content updates. And then we have our merch. Merch is another way that you could support the channel. Again, I am not a monetized channel. If you've seen ads on my channel, it's just YouTube adhering to their new policy to where they have opted to inform creators that YouTube has the right to run ads on your content, whether you're in the YPP or not. So if you see ads on my video, it's not me. I'm not monetized. Okay, I try to earn my living and my income using avenues like these, like affiliate marketing and of course merch. They really help the channel in a big, significant way. It may seem small, but trust me, it helps in a big way. You can support with as low as a $4.99 sticker or a t-shirt, mug. Look good playing, feel good gaming. This really helps support the channel, really helps support the mission. And when you buy merch, again, if you're not following me over on Twitter or Instagram at Inside the Lab YT, you should be following me over there. So when you buy merch, take a picture of your merch, right? Like take a picture of you starting or flexing in your merch, share it over to your social medias, tag me in it, and I will reply with a custom tweet, like a custom tweet reply, if you will. And then of course, we have our website, which is an extension of the content, a hub for the content, a place. I'm just going to leave it here on this handsome guy's mug. I don't know who this gentleman is, but nah, he's a handsome young guy. He's a handsome young man. But the website is a hub or an extension of all of the content bought together. You can learn more about me inside the lab. You can call me Lab, right? We're sharing names here, nicknames. So just call me Lab. But you can learn more about me, Lab. You can visit the merch store, learn more about the merch. Check up on our community blog, which is going to be dropping helpful content, especially with items that are coming up that's available on Prime Deal. And of course, the complete videography of all of the videos I've published as a creator and on YouTube right here on our videography tab, with the latest video always being first and foremost. And you know what, this here too, I also want to present to you, if you definitely want more lab content, head over to YouTube or right over here to the website and watch our latest surprise live stream replay. Good times, and we had some fun moments there. The stream is a little long, but if you jump in for a couple minutes, it could be rather entertaining, as we've talked about what the community means to me, as all of our pop-up live streams are heavily centered around a theme or a topic. So they very much still contain some form of replay value. So there is some nuggets still to pull from there, and some classic moments that I welcome you to head over to. So yeah, anytime our live streams end and you're like, you know what, this was fun. I know Lab's been on for a long time, but hey, I want more lab content. I want more PC gaming content in this format or presented in this way. You could always jump down to the description box below for playlist links to say are inside to our most recent playlist, or our replays for our weekly live, or our highlight series, which is here, which are highlights from our live streams that are some of the best moments and some of the best helpful and informative moments cut from the live streams and dropped over into our highlight series. And of course, the year 2 anniversary live stream, that was also special as well. And of course, the Asus ROG Strix tetralogy, which was fun to produce and was presented in a well structured story format. So this is all of the different benefits to heading over to the website. Again, this also supports the message, it supports the mission, and it supports the channel. It supports me as a content creator with traffic over there, and just getting, putting it out and making it more accessible to other enthusiasts and other gamers. So that's our final thoughts. That's our housekeeping. I just want to switch back here and remind everybody that, again, the ride is slowly coming to an end. As much as I hate to say goodbye, I do want to add that next Saturday I am getting my second vaccine shot, and that is on a Saturday. It's at, I believe, 1 or 2 o'clock. I believe I need Mrs. Moderator to confirm for me. She's shaking her head, yeah. So it's somewhere between there, and that's normally right in the thick of our live streams. Now, I'm not going to play into the conspiracy theories, and I'm not going to discuss on that. I'm not going to get too far into it, but I will say my understanding is from some of the researching and readings I've done, the second, because I have the Moderna vaccine, the second shot is the shot that normally gets you kind of like ill and woozy. I felt absolutely fine after my first shot. I still feel fine. I feel great. I'm confident in its efficacy or efficacy or however you pronounce that word, if it's in its efficiency to protect you. So chances are we will likely do an early morning live stream just to make sure that I am not, say, in a bad spirit or I am feeling some adverse effects of that second shot and I'm just not up to live streaming. Keep a lookout for the link as it will either be scheduled for next week, but I hate missing our live show scheduling, so it'll likely be, say, an early morning stream, maybe like 10 o'clock or 10:30. Sorry, had to take a swig. Man, I've been wanting to do that hours ago. So yeah, you definitely want to keep a lookout for that link. Um, like I said, as I mentioned, it will likely be an early morning live stream, much earlier than what we're used to. So Mrs. Ma confirmed that the appointment is 106. So yeah, we will likely do an early morning live stream. And if I just weigh the situation and see if it's feasible, if I can do the live stream and still make my vaccination appointment, then we will likely either bump it up or just bump it out to next week. But I'm gonna tell you right now, the latter is not an option. More than likely, the former will be because I do not like missing the live shows. I beat myself up. I am my worst critic. Ask Mrs. Mod. Maybe you can ask her in the chat, but I am my worst critic, and anytime I flex a live stream or last week I had a bad sinus infection and I just wasn't up to live streaming. Like I knew it would affect the way the content would be delivered, and I just knew that that wasn't fair, say, to the audience. So I just pushed it back, and I remember that whole week it felt like forever. Um, it felt like forever in between not live streaming that I engaged with the community. It just was not a good feeling, and it felt like that I had went ghost or like I had took a week break. I didn't like it at all, and I still was very much active, and I believe we even still dropped a VOD, like a highlight in between. But yeah, I'm not a fan of completely scheduling out the live streams. I like to keep them weekly and keep them consistent. And I do want to, again, shameful plug here, but welcome anybody who just joined us to, one, like the stream and subscribe if you haven't yet. We were nearing the end of this live stream. If I don't see any questions pop in, we'll slowly continue to slow the ride down. But if you have any questions about this topic or any other topics we discussed in the past, or any pain points you may have with your experience or your journey, as a PC gamer or as a potential PC gamer, maybe you're looking to make the leap on the platform, but you're not quite sure how to get started, where to get started, and when to get started. I can tell you now, now is the time to answer your when. Right here, right now is the where, and I'm going to show you how. This community will show you how. We have a lot of helpful content down in the description box below. On top of that, all of the affiliate links, the links to all of these products we mentioned and more can also be found down below. But we have a lot of helpful and just interesting content coming up here on the schedule, right? A few build vlogs or a few build videos, a few commentary pieces, a few review videos, just so much helpful content that's going to provide a helpful, entertaining baseline or informative baseline that can help you make educated decisions when doing things like, say, configuring your gaming PC, much like what we did today. Let's say you had $1,600, you wanted to configure or you wanted to build a PC, and you weren't quite sure how, when, and where to get started. Well, if that was you, first and foremost, you missed that and you just joined us. You missed the core crux of the conversation, and I recommended you to start at about the 30-minute mark at the end of as this live show concludes and really jump into it. There will also be timestamps that will help make that navigation a bit easier throughout this live show, maybe to pick the information that you need to know the most or where to get started, there will be time chapters or timestamps down in the description box below, of course, with more helpful information. Sign up for Amazon Prime using my link. It's a free 30-day trial. Take advantage of, next day delivery, free delivery, Prime Day deals, save money, all those things we're about at here in this community and channel and more. This is why I welcome you to subscribe. But again, we're nearing the end. I don't see any more questions, but of course, I hang out in the post-credit reel. If you have never experienced the post-credit reel, I highly recommend you to check that out. It features some of the bloopers from some of my most popular and most viewed videos. Do give those a watch or check those out. I still very much hang out in the chat. I do want to give a quick post shout out to Han Slomo. Han, it was good seeing you, Han. Let me know if you're still here. I know it's been a while since we were able to make a live with you. And Han's over in China, so the time zones are so different. Like Han mentioned, he's eating breakfast while I'm getting ready to eat dinner. But good stuff nonetheless. I love our foreign friends. As also, we had a new foreign friend, Krypton 60 Hertz, or likes to be called Krypton. Krypton's over in Pakistan, so that's cool as well. Love our foreign brothers and sisters who meet with us and join us all over the globe. Even if you're on a different time zone, and of course Tricion too. I know Tricion's likely not still here, but Tricion was here earlier, and Tricion too is over in the Netherlands. So we have a lot of friends and fams that are dealing with, price increases and price inflations and global inflation and just different market segments all over the world. So we're all very much still seeing different prices. But shout out to our foreign friends and fam. And if you are a foreign friend and fam and I miss you, let me know where you're watching from. Some of you, I know you're state bound and you're stateside for the most part. But I mean, if you're a foreign friend or friend, let me know. All is welcome here. We don't judge. We have no biasisms, and those two things are not even tolerated here in this community. You will get the band hammer. All is welcome, friends and fam. So no matter where you're watching at, do let us know if I miss you and you are here, or you are abroad, or you are here stateside. I am over here over on the East Coast in the United States, over in the good old state of Maryland. It's not a bad state, I guess. I don't live close enough to a micro center. That's one of my biggest complaints and gripes, and it's very rural. So there's a lot of like deer and trees and other things. Me as a city boy, I am not used to, but I do appreciate. Silence is golden, so it is relatively quiet where I live. So I do appreciate that. Han says, "LOL, it's it's me in the U.S. someday. Let's meet." I meant, yeah, sure. Hey, listen, I'm all for it. And when we get to that point, and this community gets to a certain point, a subscriber meet and greet is definitely on the schedule. It's maybe about a year or two from now, as I wouldn't say I'm qualified enough. I mean, I appreciate every single one of you, and I would love to meet every single one of you, but I would want the house as packed as legally allowed, and that's of course hoping that there are no more code restrictions and regulations. But I would love to have as many of you as possible, and I would love to have a subscriber meet and greet to where we hang out and we just take the conversation to the next level. Something like that would likely be behind a paywall and would likely only be available for channel memberships, or those of you who are at least have some tier over in the channel memberships, as that'll be an intricate part in my income strategy on my path to becoming a full-time creator. This is off topic, but I am on a say like 4 to 5 year path to becoming a full-time content creator, to where the business is making videos, not necessarily just being a YouTuber, but the business is making videos. So I am on a path to that, and so there are certain things that I have to set in place that's going to help ensure that that transition is as smooth as possible, and both financially satisfying for both myself and my family, because they are what's important. Of course, you guys and gals are my extended family. So what's important to you as well is important to me. So when it comes to things like channel memberships, getting value back for something that you pay for in a subscription is important to me. Is to make sure you get something back for that. So channel memberships, earlier in the live stream I mentioned, between June and July, email subscribers will be notified first, and then of course that's something that will be promoted publicly. Rather, that's a Patreon and YouTube or just one or the other, really depending on how soon I can unlock channel memberships if I get accepted to the YPP. But I don't foresee any problems there, but that's one of my biggest goals, is to be able to have channel memberships here on the channel. That way I could offer value in return to the core members who also want to support me as a creator on this path. So back to our quick end shout outs and that over, because again, I'm on a journey to full-time content creation, but I understand it's going to take time. Anything good, takes time anyway. Anything worth doing takes time. So I'm all for it. You know, I'm in it for the long run. You know what I mean? I'm in it for the long run. Just like what is that? Folgers or Coffee Brown? I forgot the slogan. But shout out to Han Slomo. Shout out to Tim Seagrave, who said, I just subscribed. You know what, Tim? I hope you're still with us. Let me know if you're still here, Tim, because I did miss your comment. But Tim said, I just subscribed after I found your video on X58 systems, I believe. And that's cool, because X58 is something I thought about wanting to get back into the grassroots of the channel. And that's dealing with, say, or working with older hardware, right? Older, or what I don't like saying older. I prefer the term legacy. But working with legacy hardware. But you know what, Tim? I appreciate you, and that video to this day still continues to perform really well, ironically. And anybody else who haven't seen that video, again, it was in my earlier rookie days. I'm still a rookie, but it was in my earlier rookie days. And it was at a time where I thought my live mic was compatible with my camera. But long story short, after I dropped one video and like all the comments were, this video is great. This video is helpful. Like, oh man, that was really dope, but your audio is not that great. And I kept seeing these comments. I'm like, but I'm using a live mic. Like, what's going on? And I've shared this story so many times. You likely I'm preaching to the choir. But in case you haven't heard, the TLDR version is, I had a lapel mic that was hooked up to, I believe it was my T70. I believe it was my DSLR camera, and for the longest time I thought it was working, but come to find out, it was not. And I paid for it with less than stellar audio, without me knowing. But it didn't stop me from continuing to create videos. I still created videos, but that video was done in that situation. So the audio is not great, but the context of that content very much is still right, with entertainment and enough intrigue to present, or enough intrigue to want you to sit through the whole complexity or the entirety of the story. That video is called X5675, gaming on an X5675 and a GTX 1080 Ti, a Xeon story. Great video. And again, if you want solid content on legacy hardware like that, is I tested it with the 1080 Ti. All still good. It's when the format of my content kind of really took off, and I knew that I wanted to tell stories in my content, because it's something that I didn't see enough tech tubers, and I'm gonna say not like at all, but I didn't see enough YouTubers or creators in this space doing that. There's nothing wrong with wanting to share helpful, valuable content that inspires and informs, but you also don't want to take out the consideration, or don't want to take out the consideration that video content very much is dependent on some form of entertainment, right? This is what makes video so intriguing. If you didn't want to be entertained, you would go read an article, right? So this is why it's important to me to make sure the content is both educational and entertaining. One of a YouTube coach guru, Daryl Eves, used a term on his live stream before called edutaining, to where it's both educational and entertaining at the same time. And I don't see anything wrong with presenting content in that form. This is what's inspired me as a storyteller first, right? A storyteller first, and then a tech aficionado and enthusiast second, because I enjoy stories in games, I enjoy stories in books, I enjoy stories and video content, when like other vloggers can tell story through their content from some of the niches I like to watch. I enjoy that stuff, and so I make sure I try to incorporate it into my own content strategy. If it's important to the viewer, it's important to me, then it's important to the content. So let's wrap up really fast here. Let me keep going up to our shout outs. Again, shout out to Cliff XLR Gaming, always showing up, supporting the channel. We did Tim, we did Han, we did Bad Habit. Bad Habit, are you still watching? Let us know, Bad Habit. Shout out to Bad Habit. Krypton, who was here earlier. Krypton had to go because over in Pakistan it was like really, really late or early, if you will. It was like 3, 4 a.m. It would have had to been around there for him or them. Um, let's see here. Who else do we have? We had Thunder. My son had popped in really fast. We had, let me see, Triceon. Triceon, it was always good to see Triceon. Triceon is one of our community friends that are way over in the Netherlands. It was good to see Triceon. Skitty Lives also had popped in, so another as a friend of mine I went to high school with, grew up around with. Skitty Live, it was good to see Skitty Live. Darkness Plays also popped in. Darkness Plays is becoming a regular. And again, any of your names, if I say your name and you're still here, do let me know. Let me know with a hashtag here if you're still here in our end closing shoutouts. And you just kind of been lurking behind in the scene. But I do want to just properly give you a good greeting on your way out because, spending your time here with me on YouTube and investing in the content is just as important and significant than, say, any financial or monetary donations you could make to me as a creator, even from buying merch to using my affiliate links to signing up for channel memberships to I don't have a donation PayPal because I mean if you guys want to donate to me, maybe I'll leave it in the description box and just once and again casually mention it, but along with the Cash App, um but yeah, I mean, just supporting the channel through your time, through your watch time, through your engagement, those things are currency on the platform. I shared a forbidden secret with the audience that watch time is the real metric that's important to YouTubers of all sizes on this platform. If you're a creator and you're lurking now, you're probably not in here like, yeah, he's right. If you don't want to tell me in the chat, but I'm gonna tell you right now, you know, your watch time is so important to a creator. Likes and comments, watching videos for say the full duration, hanging out on the live stream for the full duration. These things go an incredibly long way to things like monetization and growth and just exposure and impressions. They really go a long way, and sometimes money can't buy the level of growth you can achieve by just having a dedicated community and viewers like No PP. Like No PP says, I'm always lurking. Well, no, I'm glad you made yourself visible. No, like we didn't even know you've been here unless I'm sliding up. I'm gonna see if I missed you popping in. But no, welcome to the live stream. No, I think you might have just popped up here at the very end, but we did talk about configuring a $1,600 gaming PC. If you want to check out how that went, you're always free to fast forward to about 30 minutes of this video once the live stream concludes and jump back to the top of the conversation to see how that went. And then Tiger Nation 87 was also here. Shout out to my son. That's the Zion, Tiger Nation 87, Sparta Rules 1993. Sparta Rules might still be here. Ant, let us know if you're still here, Ant. It's good to see you as always, Ant. And I believe that was it. His bad habit gave me the holy hands by saying, "Yup, I'm still here." Which I don't know if you're familiar with like hip hop bad habit, but that always reminds me of like the how back in the day in the early 2000s like Rockefeller and Dipset were really big, so it was always like throw up your Rockefeller sign, the triangle. That's what that always reminds me of when I see the holy hands. It's, every time I'm like, man, that just reminds me of somebody say like, hey, throwing up the Rockefeller sign. But bad habit with the holy hands let me know that they still here, they still rocking with me. No knows let me know that they still here. Even my guy Ant tells me, nope, I'm still here. It's good to see you guys as always, and I do appreciate the support. Appreciate you hanging around. It's been a super long live stream, although I did promise not a long live stream. I do apologize for that, but it was so much helpful content. We had a lot of people show out and show up, provide feedback, join into the conversation, um, and just add necessary context or add necessary context to the content. Always so important. I don't always have the answers. I don't always have the right questions to present to you. But sometimes there are members in the audience that does, and they're always willing to share. And sometimes I'd be like, man, I didn't think about that until after the live stream. So this is why I say to our replay viewers that if you ever watch if you're here and you watch an Inside the Lab replay. Do know that, of course, watching the whole thing through helps with things like watch time, but of course, you're able to say pick from any moments that you may not have considered or thought about in your journey to PC gaming, and have your question answered by watching the live stream. Maybe myself or somebody else could answer it in the chat. So you can head there. And Bad Habit says, yeah, Hove the diamond. Yeah, it's like the holy hands is like when Hove would say throw your Rockefeller sign in the air. That's what it reminds me of, especially if the hands were like slightly tilted in to form, that triangle, that all ever seeing triangle. But it's more so like the holy hands is more so like this. But I always took him to be like a, you know what I mean, putting swag behind the holy hands. But I call them holy hands, so Bad Habit throwing the holy hands up. And I also want to quickly plug here before we go, friends and fam. Again, we will be relaunching or rebooting the Twitch channel. I have some a really cool content integration I want to do with the Twitch channel. I already have a Twitch, and we started streaming streaming early on in our life. It's still up. It's up and running actually, and in fact, we have some VODs, some from the previous early streams I did before we started this live show. So you can always follow me over there. You're going to want to follow me over on Twitch because I do plan on growing the Twitch once the YouTube gets to a place where, it's monetized, the ball is rolling, and then I'm able to take the focus over to the next platform where I could provide value and also monetize. And that value will likely be in a form of either a podcast and dedicated, gaming sessions over there on Twitch. And on top of that, expanding that out and over onto Facebook as well. So you're definitely going to want to keep an eye out for some of those programmings that we have coming up for this channel. And I see we had a few people just join in. I do apologize, but you came at the end of our live stream. I welcome you to, at the end of this live stream, as it concludes, to jump, fast forward about 30 minutes into the conversation and go from there. You can always find more Inside the Lab content down in the description box below, along with the affiliate links to all of the products we outlined during this live stream. So all of the products we talked about, from the i7-10700K to the B550 motherboard I mentioned, to the Z490 chipset motherboard, the 1TB Western Digital SSD, the case we went with, the Corsair 750 80 plus gold certified fully modular ATX power supply unit we went with our system, and especially if you want to see what it is we configured with $1,600. When it got to just to give you a little quick heads up, when it got to the graphics card portion, we did head to the largest secondhand market available to consumers, that is eBay, right? And we flexed that remaining budget, which gave us about a $600 ceiling to pick up a decent graphics card, which put us in a category, or which put us in a class of GPUs between the 1070 Ti, the 980 and 980 Ti, and of course you can opt over on Team Red for the RX 580 should you find one at a similar budget. And again, we have some future content coming up, so you're going to want to hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. Still very much like this stream if you haven't liked this stream. And most importantly, as I was talking about our replay viewers before I got sidetracked, our replay viewers are important. If you're watching, replay content, comment and let me know. You say, hey, Lab, I watched the replay. I thought about this. Leave timestamps with any questions you may have about the topic, or maybe you can even share content ideas with me and be like, you know what, Lab, I have a question about this. Could you possibly talk about it in a future video? And I will definitely put it in my catalog because I get video recommendations all the time. Sometimes they don't work out with the current scheduling, or it's bad timing, what have you. But I always put it in my book of ideas just in case that the subject does become relevant and it's something we want to revisit. But with that said, all right, the ride's coming to an end. We already did our shout outs. Again, thank you for everybody who came out to the live show. Thank you for everybody who stood by. Again, if you haven't seen the post-credit scene, I do leave them up. I do hang back in the chat and engage with the chat during the post-credit scene for a while until viewership drops off. So if you want to chill and talk in the chat, you're more than free, and I welcome you to. I can answer any more questions, tell you how to do things like sign up for our Discord. I know some of you aren't in our Discord. Sparta Rules 1993. I gotta send you the link, but check your email list. If you're signed up to the email list, you got it. Bad Habit, are you in there? No PP, are you in there? Han, come on, fellas, where you at? If you're in there and you have a different name, my bad, my apologies. Don't roast me too hard in the comment sections or over on the Discord, but yeah, fellas, Bad Habit, no PP, Sparta Rules, Han, anybody else? But we would love to have you over on the Discord. Sign up using the links down in the description box below. But all right, guys, thanks for hanging out during this YouTube live stream. I do hope to catch you all in the next one or over in the post-credit reel. So until then, be easy, be safe, and do remember, no player in the wild. Overcome these obstacles and enjoy the best way to experience a video game that is on the PC platform. Until we meet again, be easy. That having said, good night to everyone. And again, I want to say, if it's nighttime where you're watching, good night to you. Again, head down to the description box below for more lab content. And of course, I will catch you all in the next one. So until then, be easy. And if you're just now coming in, you're watching the post-credit scene or the post-end credits for our live show. Jump back into the top of this live stream with all of the timestamps in the description box below, or the links to all the products that we mentioned during this live stream. Be easy. Sparta Rules 1993, got you, brother. I will send you that invite over on the Instagram. I will send that link over to Instagram, and I also picked up the fan splitters, so that's a little bit of an inside, information there. But I got the fan splitters, and we all ready to rock and roll on that bad boy. I'll talk to you later, brother.